It's been over 20 years since I got lost on a family camping trip. And for all of them, that time in my life has been a complete blank. That is, until a few months ago. A few months ago, well, to explain that, I have to take you back to 1997. When I was a little kid, we lived in Tasmania for a long while. Even now, Australia's island state is one of the least populated and wildest in the whole country. But back in the 90s, that statement carried even more truth. Hobart had yet to undergo the rapid growth of the last decade or so. The wine industry hadn't exploded yet, and it hadn't quite kicked off as a destination for tourists yet either. 1997 Tasmania was a very pretty, sleepy, rugged green gem, full of wild mystery. And my dad, he made it his unofficial mission to explore as much of that as he could. He and my mum used to go on week-long hikes through the wilderness, trekking into places that might have never been seen by human eyes. Of course, when I came along, they had to seriously cut back. No matter how beautiful those untamed wilds might be, it's not the place for a young baby, especially in a part of the country where the temperature can suddenly drop below zero, even in the middle of January, which is our summer down here. They did still do the occasional hike with me in a carrier on Dad's back, but they never stayed out with me there. The most they could manage until I turned 6 or 7 were some weekend trips while I spent the time eating ice cream and watching Disney movies with my grandparents. It must have been early 1996 by the time they were willing to take me with them. They still stuck to those short trips, but I wasn't the type of kid to wander off, and their confidence slowly grew. That is, until November of 1997, when I went missing. We had driven up to Stanley for a short 4 to 5 day break. They took me up the famous nut on the first day, and then, early the next morning, we drove to a trailhead in the Tarkine wilderness for a relatively simple 3-day hike. I was young, and I don't remember a lot, but they always told me that I wandered off while they were setting up camp on the second day. I had never once done anything like that in all our time out in the bush. Dad could never understand it. But I suppose parents sometimes just don't want to face the truth of it, which seemed to be that they had a lapse in concentration and they had let me out of their sight. That's not to criticize them in any way either. Kids will be kids, and I certainly never blamed them for it. And besides, everything turned out okay in the end. Or so I thought for 20-odd years anyway. I must admit, there has always been an element of mystery surrounding how I came to be rescued. All told, I had been missing for 5 days when I wandered into a clearing where an older couple had set up their caravan. A child surviving 5 full days in the Australian wilderness, in the most untamed state in the country, through heavy rain and single-figure temperatures is rare, almost unheard of. But that is still not what makes my story strange. No, the real weirdness kicks in when you consider that the campsite I had wandered into was close to the Savage River National Park, almost 100 kilometers or more from where I went missing. Somehow, an 8-year-old kid had managed to cross that distance in 5 days, at times through heavy rain and nocturnal temperatures below 5 degrees, without any food or water, and in some of the most unspoiled and rugged wilderness in the world. Stranger still, I showed no signs of exposure, no signs of dehydration or hunger. My clothes were a little dirty, but I could have just walked straight out of my house, they said. I also had absolutely no memory of the time that I had been missing. When I saw the old couple, I apparently said, "Excuse me, have you seen my mummy and daddy? They were just over there, but now I can't see them." The police basically said that they had 2 working theories. Either I had been taken in by someone who didn't want to be found, maybe an illegal hunter or trapper, and delivered to safety in secret, or I had been snatched by someone who had a change of mind for whatever reason. Neither line of investigation ever led anywhere to my knowledge, and my parents hardly cared. They had me back. That was all that mattered. They stopped hiking after that until I grew up. I suppose they became very protective of me, which is, of course, understandable. Even when they did go back out there, they said they didn't have the same feeling anymore. Dad eventually took a job in Canberra when I was 15, and we moved away from the rugged country that they had once loved so much. On the other hand, I grew up with an affinity for the wilderness, and once I turned 16 and had a bit of sense, I spent a bunch of time hiking around Canberra and sometimes the south coast of the Snowy Mountains. It's no Tarkeen wilderness, but I still enjoyed it. Eventually though, I went to uni, I had girlfriends, I got a job, and I didn't have time to spare trekking through the forest. I also spent years trying to remember what happened to me over those 5 days. Beyond any curiosity and the frustration of not remembering, I couldn't help but feel it was important for me to remember, for some other reason. One I couldn't quite grasp. I tried everything, up to and including hypnosis, to no avail. After a while, I just accepted that this was always going to be a mystery. I didn't even think about my dreams. Honestly, I've never really remembered one. I mean, I get snatches here and there, obviously, but I genuinely never made the connection. I had always had nightmares, like any normal person, but I never remembered anything more than the emotion they created. Late last year, though, that changed. It happened completely by accident. I'd been having trouble sleeping. I had been sleepwalking, and I kept waking up at odd hours and being unable to get back to sleep. So, my therapist suggested a sleep diary. I started out by writing it down, but that meant turning on the light in the middle of the night, which honestly disrupted my sleep as much as whatever underlying issue I might have had, so instead, I started recording it. That's how I discovered that late at night and half awake, I could recount my dreams for a few moments before my brain fully kicked into gear and they were gone. The first time I heard myself talking about a dream, I actually felt quite excited. I sort of felt like I'd been missing out, and now I might at least get some insight into what I dreamed about. Even the nightmares I talked about intrigued me. That is, until I had the nightmare about the forest. That recording, and a couple since, set me on a terrifying path that I should never have started down. But I did. And I can't change that. And I'm sorry. Sleep recording, number 36.
I don't know, 3-something in the morning. I can't see the numbers on the clock properly. I had another nightmare. About some kind of forest this time. But it was like no other forest I've ever seen. I don't know if everything was huge or if I shrank down somehow. The ground was covered in this thick, red moss, and the air smelled sweet, but not a nice sweet, like a rank sweet, like spoiled meat. The sky was dark, but there was some light, which honestly didn't make any sense to me. Even the trees were strange. They were so tall, all gnarly and twisted, and the leaves were an odd color, like a eucalypt, but with a touch of purple. As I looked around at the trees, I noticed that the shadows underneath them were moving, like smoke or something. I was suddenly terrified. I felt like the darkness was full of eyes, watching me, and they were not friendly. I turned and ran, and I could have sworn I heard something behind me, a whispering almost, following me. Then I tripped and fell into the moss. It was wet and spongy, and I pulled my hands away, and I realized that the moss wasn't red. It was soaked with something red. I think it was blood. Lying in the moss, I could see it was writhing with things of some kind, like creatures. I couldn't make them out, but the mats of moss moved with them. A shadow fell over me, and I turned around and I saw, I'm not sure what it was, but I screamed, and that's when I woke up.
Normally, my descriptions of nightmares didn't affect me. But this one felt different. It's like it jarred loose a memory inside me somehow. I remembered the moss. And not just from the dream either. I remembered how it felt. Kind of sticky. And I remembered the smell. It was just a flash, but I knew it wasn't just a snippet of a dream. Or at least, not a normal dream. More than anything, I remembered the terror I felt. More than the typical terror of a nightmare. Real, gut-wrenching terror. Like I had never felt before. Yet, somehow familiar. I had no doubt that nightmare had been more than a nightmare. And I started to wonder if it had anything to do with my disappearance as a child. It certainly wasn't anything I remembered otherwise. I I mentioned it to my therapist, although I left out the really weird stuff. She frowned as I spoke, especially when I talked about how I somehow felt like it must have been real. Then she talked about something called dissociative memory. Basically, she talked about how repressed memories are more complex than just being memories that our brain tries to make us forget. Instead of being forced down below the surface like the movies would have you believe, traumatic memories at a young age are often recorded by our brain in flashes and snippets, pieces of imagery and emotion that are more like chopped up pieces of a film than a proper memory. Add years to the equation and they start to feel distant, unreal, and even if you do remember these memories, they can feel like dreams. Not only that, but they can bubble up as dreams during times of stress, fatigue, or intense brain activity. She wondered whether my dream had in fact been a dissociative memory. Given the parts I'd left out, that thought made me feel slightly sick. She made me promise to mention it if I had any other similar dreams. And a few weeks later, I did. Sleep recording, number 51.
It happened again. It's 4:43 in the morning, and I'm awake. I don't know if I'll be able to go back to sleep. I dreamed about the forest again. The blood forest. But this time it was even worse. I was in the forest, surrounded by the trees. They were even bigger up close. They looked as wide as a building. Even though I think I was little again, they must still have been bigger than any trees I've ever seen. Or maybe they aren't. Maybe I've seen those exact trees before. Anyway, this time I was huddled under a tree root or something. I was hiding, but from what I'm not sure. I just knew that there was a monster out there, and that I had to hide. The ground underneath me was just dirt, no moss this time, and I could see all the creeping, crawling things moving in and out of the moss in front of where I was hiding. They had so many legs, like a whole bunch of millipedes and centipedes, but they were like the size of snakes. The moss itself was so much thicker than it looked from the top, thicker than I was tall. And the crawling things, they scurried around under it. The red fluid, the blood, soaked all the way through. All around me, there was a whispering sound, but loud. It felt like hundreds of people whispering right in my ear. But there was no one anywhere nearby. And they weren't speaking any language I've ever heard. Then, something moved. Right outside my hidey hole. I couldn't make out any details. My eyes were full of tears and too blurry from being rubbed. But it was big. Not any natural animal. I could see it move, but I couldn't make out a shape. I just knew that it was big, and I had to stay hidden from it. I wonder if that was the thing I almost saw in the last dream. The thing that stood over me when I fell. It didn't feel like much time had passed, but I can't explain why. the shadow thing across the way. It seemed to be looking for something. Looking for me. And then suddenly, it turned. I couldn't see it properly still, but I knew it was looking right at me. It was like I could feel it looking at me. It moved across the clearing and into the trees slowly, but with purpose, heading straight for me. I huddled into the dirt, but I knew it would do no good. Behind me, or maybe to my right, something else moved. I turned to look and I saw a woman. She was naked, and she was covered in the red fluid that saturated the moss. She didn't look quite right. Like her face was off or something. Then, she pounced, snatching my arm and dragging me under the moss with all the crawling things. And that's when I woke up.
I really can't explain why I did what I did next. I suppose I had a burning need to know what happened. To know whether these dreams were just dreams, or if they were real, and what it all meant. So, after a few more therapy sessions about dissociative memory, and another failed effort at hypnotism, I decided I had to take action. I had to go back to the Tarkeen wilderness and try to find whatever I had found as an 8-year-old boy. When I was little, my grandfather used to tell me stories. Like any grandparent does, I suppose. In my case, Grandpa would tell me stories that had been passed down through his tribe. My grandfather was of indigenous descent, and thanks to the shattering effect of the extermination program run by European settlers, he held a place of esteem within his tribe, despite not being pure Aboriginal blood. He passed away just after I finished high school. We had moved him near us by then, and thankfully, that meant I could spend time with him before he passed. During one of my visits, he told me a story he'd never told me before. I never really knew why he chose to tell me this one. It was so out of place with our mythology. But on the flight back to Tasmania, it snuck back into my mind. "Chris," he started, "these stories I've told you, they are your heritage, your history. There are strange things in this land, and those stories, they try and tell us where those strange things come from. They aren't really real, but they tell us about the land and the people we come from in a way that we can easily accept. That is not to say our spirits and our demons are not real. You understand, just that the stories have been fashioned around them to teach us." He paused, eyes wet, and his arthritic hands trembled. "There is another story I should have told you a long time ago. But it's dark and evil, and I was too afraid of what you might learn from it. A story that is real. Maybe it can teach you something one day. Our people have been here for thousands of years, Longer than the scientists and the history books will tell you. And longer than we can put into words. Our people have been here since a time when this world was much different. When spirits were far more than myth or legend. Way back in these times, before history even began, our people arrived and began to explore their new home. One elder led his people across a vast body of water and into a thick, dark forest where they found plentiful food and water. They settled there, hunting the wallabies and the kangaroos, fishing the rivers and harvesting the bounty of the bush. Many years later, the old elder had passed away. His sons had been and gone too, and the tribe had become restless. A new leader stood in their place. A warrior, still young and strong, but he lacked the wisdom of the previous elders. A medicine man tried to counsel the young elder, but he was headstrong and he refused to listen. The tribe suffered as a result. Hunting parties returned with less food. The harvesters could find only meager crops in the wild bush. And even the fish seemed to be able to slip the nets in the traps. The medicine man tried again, but the young elder laughed him off. He said that the animals were becoming more secretive, more scarce, because they had grown wary of people and retreated further into the wilderness. He said if they pushed further into the forest, into the mountains, they would find more prey. Upon hearing this, the medicine man shook his head. "You are a fool," he said, "but it is the foolishness of youth." He commanded the young elder to sit and listen to a story about the mountains and about the elders who came before him. He told the story of their first elder and how he had woken one night to the sound of whispers. The fire had fallen to a mere glow, and across the camp, he saw something looking back at him with two large eyes. The whispering came from all around him and even inside him, somehow, and the eyes across the camp seemed to stare straight into his spirit. The darkness shifted and turned away, and the elder felt compelled to follow. How long he followed for, he did not know. The thing he was following hovered just at the edge of his sight, taking him past landmarks that were alien and unfamiliar. All around him, he heard the whispering, but more than that, he heard sounds of life like he had never heard before. The ground crawled with long, many-legged insects, larger than any he had ever encountered. Above him, the sound of huge wings drew his eyes upwards, where he saw bats as large as a man feasting on fireflies the size of a small bird. Even the trees began to look different, huge and knotted, twisted in ways that seemed unnatural. The elder walked for hours, until he came to a small stone clearing, where the thing before him had stopped. The elder slowly made his way into that clearing. Before his eyes stood something otherworldly, amazing and terrifying at the same time. He could clearly see the thing he had been following, under the light of a pale moon, much larger than it should have been. It stood tall, far taller than a man, and on its head were 4 twisted horns. Thick, long fur covered it from head to toe, giving it a formless appearance, and it seemed to move on 4 legs, like some of the beasts they had left behind on the plains across the sea. As the elder made his way closer, It followed him with huge black eyes, watery in the moonlight. He suddenly noticed that the land around him had gone quiet. And then it spoke. It spoke inside his head and told him that he had come to a sacred place. It said that his people had wandered into a world they could not understand, and that it would destroy them all. The elder shrank with fear and asked the creature what it would have him do. He could not, after all, convince his people to leave such a fertile and hospitable place. The creature replied that his people had taken things that did not belong to them, and that if they did not stop, they would die. The elder, frightened but fiercely loyal to his people, thought for a moment. He asked the creature if the land on which they had set up their camp belonged to it, and it replied that it did not. It stated that it could keep them safe as long as they avoided the mountains. That, it said, was where the old things lived. The elder asked what the old things were, but the creature told him he could not possibly understand. They are not of your world, it told him, but they will pass through it from time to time. And do you speak for them? The elder asked. And the creature replied that it was of the old things. The elder asked what price he must pay to keep his people safe in these lands, and the creature fell silent for a moment. You must never enter the mountains, it said, but that is not all. At the time of the blood moon, you must organize a hunt. You will send 6 hunters, your finest, into the woods when the moon is highest in the sky. A hunt, the elder said. For what? The creature laughed inside his head. They will not be the hunters, it replied. They will be the hunted. Of 6, 1 will not return. His existence forgotten by this world. In this way, the old things will be satisfied. With this, the creature began to sink into the ground, absorbed by the very earth itself. As it did, it spoke one last time. Remember this, elder. When the blood moon is highest, 6 must enter the forest. If they do not, one way or another, the old things will take their due. When the elder finally made it back to camp the next morning, his people were stunned. He had been missing for 9 nights. The medicine man paused here, looking at the young warrior. In this way, he said, our people have been kept safe. The old things are preparing us for the hunt, ensuring we are keen and hungry. The blood moon will come, and we must send the hunters. The young elder, stubborn and brave, scoffed at the medicine man. Where is this creature? He exclaimed. I will take the hunters and we will hunt it. The medicine man shook his head. You will kill us all, he said. But the young warrior would not listen. He assembled the warriors and the hunters of the tribe and marched them into the forest, into the mountains. They walked for a full day and into the night, longer than it should have taken to get to the mountains, and some of the men began to feel uneasy. This is wrong, they said. The spirits of this land are misdirecting us." But the young warrior would not be swayed and kept his men walking well into the night. When they finally reached the mountains, the men were seized by a feeling of terror. Around them, voices came from all angles, whispering through the thick trees, words that none of them could understand. They tried to turn back, but the young warrior still would not be dissuaded, and he drove them forward. All around them were many-legged creatures, crawling and writhing through the brush. They became aware of shadows shifting under the trees, of eyes watching them intently. In the distance, a tree lifted up and slammed back into the earth. No, not a tree. A leg. A voice filled their heads then. "You should not be here," it said, "for there are things here of which you cannot even comprehend." The young warrior turned and saw the creature described in the story the medicine man had told him. The sight of it filled him with fear, but it was the sense of it that broke him. Cold and uncaring, as though he and his hunters were as significant as the tiny flies that filled the forests in spring. He began to run at the same moment the shifting shadows came spilling out from under the trees and set upon his men, devouring them. He ran and he ran, the whispering following him all the way, through the forest of the writhing shadows. He ran through streams and swam over rivers. He ran until the skin flayed off the soles of his feet, and still he kept running. Eventually, the young warrior saw the sun and stumbled into the safety of the camp. Except he wasn't safe. As he reached the center of the camp, he became aware of the silence. Nothing stirred, and nobody greeted him. He cast his eyes left and right, dread filling him as he realized why. All around the camp, his people hung from the trees. Their blood ran from their feet, staining the ground, and they had been hung from their necks by their entrails. Unable to bear the sight, the young elder fell to the ground and wept. After some time, he began to hear whispering all around him. He welcomed it, knowing that the creature had come to ensure he shared his people's fate. As it entered the clearing, the young warrior stood to face his death. But it didn't come. Instead, the creature spoke. "These people were yours," it said. "They were under your protection. Your forebears made a promise, and they honored the old things and upheld it. Now, that promise has been broken, and the old things have taken their due, as they too had promised." "And what of me?" the young man screamed. "You are surely here to kill me too, so get it over with." The creature did not respond for the longest of time. "I am not here to kill you," it said. "I am here to do far worse." The man trembled at those words, unable to find a response of his own. "You will not die today," the creature continued. "In fact, you will not die at all. The old things do not suffer a broken pact lightly. By their will, you will walk this world forever, tied both to it and to the world that waits beyond the door. bound to follow the door wherever it may open, never wholly within this world or the one beyond. The creature then spoke a spell, words that the young elder could not understand, and began to sink into the earth once more. The young elder realized that his wounds had healed, and that he was no longer hungry or thirsty, and he fell to the ground once more and wept. With his gruesome story finished, my grandfather gripped my hand firmly. It was unlike any indigenous story I'd ever heard. So alien that I thought it must have come from a completely different culture. This story is older than our people, Chris. The warrior led his tribe into doom, and no more made the journey across the water for thousands of years. And when they did, the warrior was there, waiting. We call that cursed warrior Myranoxis. It means wicked scout, loosely, in an ancient dialect that died when they wiped out our people. He is the precursor to the appearance of the doorway, and he brings nothing but pain. Wherever Myranoxis goes, you will find the door. Remember that, Chris. A few days later, he passed away. I always wondered why it had been so important to him to tell me that story before he left. Why it mattered that much to him that I remembered Myranoxis and the door. On the flight to Hobart, though, I thought of the story and how elements of it matched my dreams. The many-legged creatures, the whispering, the lost time, the trees. It felt so relevant, and my grandfather's telling of the tale had been so pointed. I felt like it had to be related. But how? I thought about what he'd told me, but I had no idea what it truly meant. If I had, I think I would have turned around and flown straight back home. If I could have. I'm not sure I could have. Something seemed to be waking up inside my mind, and I don't know if I could have resisted it, even if I wanted to. I landed in Hobart with only the barest idea of where to look next. I needed to find someone who could tell me more about the door and the wicked scout that came before it. I had been back in Hobart for a few days, trying to find someone to talk to me about Myranoxis, with zero luck. The local Indigenous historians and community elders I contacted either had no idea or wouldn't talk to me. I was getting nowhere fast, and I was getting very frustrated by it. So I decided to contact an old friend to see if he could help me, even if all that meant was just bouncing ideas across a table over coffee. Nathaniel had always been the quiet kid who lived up the street, ever since I could remember. We grew up together, went through primary school together, and would probably have gone through all of high school together if I hadn't moved away. Social media kept us barely connected, but we had only spoken rarely over the last 5 years or so. He'd been a somewhat strange kid, curious and with a never-ending imagination. My disappearance fascinated him, and I knew he had all sorts of strange ideas and theories when we were growing up. He stopped all that when I opened up to him as a young teenager about how hard I found it, being the kid with childhood trauma but never really knowing what or why. Still, I thought that maybe he might have a different perspective to me, and it would be nice to catch up and focus on something else for a while anyway. He agreed, but with his work, he couldn't get away long enough for a couple of days, so we planned to meet up in a little bar he knew down by Salamanca that evening. Nate had obviously changed a little since we were kids, but he still had the same sharp eyes and goofy smile I remembered. We ordered a beer each, sat down at a quietish table outside and just caught up for a while. Eventually, the conversation turned to my reason for coming back after so many years. I told him everything about my dreams, dissociative memory, my grandfather, Murram and the door, and my need to find out what really happened 20 years ago. I told him I needed someone to talk to, someone who could help me work it all out, and I thought of him first. Nate listened intently, smiling when I finished, and he got up to order another couple of beers before returning to the table with the sun setting all around us. He took a sip and then sat back for a moment, thinking. You weren't the only one who disappeared around that time. What do you mean? Well, you know how I used to be obsessed with stuff like that, right? When you moved away, I kind of took it back up again. While you were still here, I kept my curiosity focused on other stuff, so I didn't upset you. But once you were gone, I think I just naturally gravitated back to it. Anyway, I eventually found out that there were more disappearances in that area around that time. 6 of them, over a 6-month period, which is much higher than the average. People do go missing in the rainforests all the time, but not that many, and not that regularly. 7 people went missing in those 6 months, once we take you into account. Only 1 ever came back. Oh my God. Yeah. For whatever reason, you came back when the others didn't. I did some digging. Basic stuff, obviously, but it seemed like the only connection was the area. I even spoke to some relatives of 2 of the missing, but they couldn't really point me towards anything concrete. I know you're right, though. I know there's more to this than just some little kid wandering off into the forest. But what could it be? I have no idea, but I have a good reason to suspect something bizarre. He pulled out his phone, typed at the screen for a few moments, and then placed it on the table in front of me. Your story and the blood moon. You went missing in the first week of November. The others went missing over the rest of a 6-month period that started from there. 2 weeks before you went missing, in September, there was a total lunar eclipse. Holy shit. Maybe it's not related, but when did you start to have trouble sleeping? Not when you noticed the nightmares. I think it's clear they started before that, and might be why you had so much of a problem sleeping. It was last winter sometime, I think. Maybe around August. I put up with it for a little while before I brought it up with the therapist, but I know I started my sleep diary in September. Oh shit. You don't mean 27th of July, the longest lasting lunar eclipse so far this century. I got up early. I watched it setting. I took crappy photos of it. You don't think that somehow set something off in my mind, do you? I'm not sure, but it is a decent coincidence. I took a sip of my beer, floored by the synergy of this. The story of Myranoxis placed a genuine significance on a blood moon, a name we've given to lunar eclipses for ages. And I'd gone missing 2 weeks after an eclipse. I had potentially started having my nightmares or dissociative memories or whatever they were after witnessing a lunar eclipse. This couldn't all be coincidence, could it? Nate had this intense look in his eyes. Concern, sure, but mixed with excitement. His natural curiosity had never left him, and in the time it took to drink 2 more beers, we had rekindled all of the mystery around my original disappearance. Nate, this is crazy. Maybe I'm just going out of my mind, but I feel like there's really something to this. I've got this, I don't know, this sense that went off when I remembered the story. And it's going off now. I just feel like this stuff is at least taking me in the right direction. I have someone I want you to talk to, if you're up for it. I nodded quickly. Of course. I need to get to the bottom of this. I drank back my beer, which didn't help my spinning head. Nate, would you help me with this? If you can, if you have the time, I mean. He grinned that goofy grin. I'm shocked you even have to ask. And so we raised our glasses and we laughed. But behind my smile and my sense of relief that I would have someone else along for the ride, my stomach was churning. Even then, I knew that I was about to start down a road that I wasn't sure I should be traveling. The weekend came along, and Nate's workload eased off completely. His project had been delivered, and he'd taken some time off to help me with my search for answers. We met up at my hotel early on Saturday morning, piling far too much stuff into his car and setting off to meet with the man Nate wanted me to see. Mark Rutherford was the name. He lived on acreage in practically the middle of nowhere, his old weatherboard house backing onto the forests and lakes of the Great Western Tiers. As we pulled up, we were greeted by an exuberant and friendly German shepherd whose excited yips summoned a grey-haired man from the house. Nate had described him as a historian of weird things, and his appearance certainly fit the bill. He looked academic, bookish, with thick glasses, but his grey hair hung loose and long around his shoulders, giving him a bit of a mad scientist vibe. He had a wide, welcoming smile though, and he greeted us warmly.
Nathaniel, it's good to see you again, lad. And you must be Chris. It's an honour to meet you at last.
He ushered us inside and directed us to sit on one of the 4 armchairs scattered around a table piled high with papers and books.
Can I get you anything? Tea, coffee, beer? It's the weekend. I won't judge.
We both settled in for coffee and Mark joined us in the lounge room.
So, what can I do for you this time, Nate? I think I can guess at some of it, given who you've brought to see me, but let's start with the basics, yeah?
Well, we've talked about Chris's disappearance before, and the others at the same sort of time, but there's more now. Mark raised an eyebrow, and Nate gestured at me. Yeah, I think I might have started to remember some things about what happened to me back then. Mark expelled a breath in surprise, or maybe satisfaction, and sank back into his chair, assuming the kind of pose a therapist might take. I told him everything I'd told Nate, including the stuff about the eclipses, while he listened intently. When I'd finished, he took off his glasses, polishing them thoughtfully on his shirt.
Wow, there's a lot there, honestly. Where do I begin?
He closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose, collecting his thoughts.
Okay, let's start with some background. Generic stuff. Tasmania has always been different to the rest of Australia somehow. There are places all over the country where strange things happen, but Tasmania is an undeniable hotspot. We've got it all. The most famous UFO event in the country at Kettering. Thousands of ghost stories, strange creatures, strange places like the Southwest Wilderness. That's just scratching the surface. And of course, disappearances. Some of those are to be expected for sure. Rugged country and dodgy weather will always increase the average, but the fact is, if you sit down and do the research, there are more unexplained disappearances here than anywhere else in the country.
He talked about his work cataloguing Tasmanian folklore and other strange stories and encounters for the University of Tasmania, and he went into some detail about the statistics of these encounters before coming to my story.
Now, this brings us to your case. I doubt you remember being so young, but it caused quite a stir at the time, and it's never really gone away. There are still people with loads of different theories. I probably see a reference to it on a forum somewhere at least once a month. It really picked up with the missing 411 stuff out of the USA, if you saw any of that. Anyway, that particular string of disappearances always intrigued me, and I could never work it out. But you've rattled a few things loose in this old brain of mine. Why don't we start with your story? The one your grandfather told you.
Sure. Have you heard it before?
Not exactly, no, but there are familiar elements to it. For example, I have heard mentions of old things several times before. The one that stands out is in a story that I believe originally came from early settlers in the Savage River area. Two brothers who lived out of a cabin, they met a luckless trapper and invited him to stay with them for a few days in exchange for a few of his furs. Back then, there was a loose community of widespread people trying to make a go of it out in the frontier. So a couple of days later, a neighbour from a couple of miles away rode over to ask for help moving some fallen trees. Instead, he found both the brothers dead. I won't go into the detail that the person I heard it from did, but suffice to say, they were killed with an axe in apparently a lot of rage. Even stranger, the few animals they had brought with them, they were all killed too. Gutted and spread out over the ground in a rough circle. The man returned with a search party, and it didn't take them long to find the trapper. He was sitting in a small clearing, on a flat stone, totally naked and covered in dried blood. It seemed like he'd been there a while. They arrested him and he did not resist. He also refused to speak, simply responding to any questions with a strange, absent grin. The men thought he must have lost his mind. They sent word to a town several days' ride away for a constable, but he couldn't get any more out of the man. With no real options and a very clear law, they decided that, insane or not, he had clearly murdered the brothers, and therefore he would hang.
Oh my God.
As he went to the gallows, the trapper kept that same absent smile. The only time he struggled was when they tried to put a blindfold on. In the end, they decided not to bother, and they slipped the noose over his neck. Finally, the trapper reacted. He laughed. The few people who had come to the execution didn't know what to do, and the trapper kept on laughing. Eventually, he spoke. He told them that he had done what the old things required him to do, and that they would all meet the same fate, no matter what they did to him. He told them that the old things were waking up, and that he was glad to die before they did. In the middle of his rant, one of the men kicked his feet out from under him. They say that smile never left his face. Jesus. It was enough to drive settlers away eventually. The events with the trapper and the murders started it, but they said that the bush out there was darker than elsewhere. And stranger. Of course, you gotta remember that this is all anecdotal evidence. Records from that time were poor anyway, and not much survived from places like that especially, but hearing your story mention the old things in a completely different cultural context is very interesting. Okay, said Nate. But what do you know about the eclipses or Murum or some kind of door? Yeah, okay, I'm getting there, Mark responded with a chuckle. This stuff is complex. There's a lot going on here. My bad. There are a couple of things you'll need to leave with me for a little bit. Lunar eclipses are all well and good, but whether they relate to any pattern or not, I can't say without researching it. The old things ring more than one bell, but I'll need to remember where from. The name Murum is not familiar to me immediately, but I feel like I may have heard it before. I've heard thousands of stories over the years, although, admittedly, not as many indigenous legends. So many of those have been lost. He shook his head sadly. Now, the door. That is interesting. Although it's vague, and it's the first time I've heard anything like that referenced in Tasmania. I have heard about something like that when I was trying to establish a link between some of the indigenous folklore here and on the mainland. Except, they call it the Gateway. I remember that it felt incongruous, but not to put too fine a point on it. These people didn't even have a word for gate in their native language, or door for that matter. I thought they must have just been using an English word to loosely describe something, but they told me that the gate had been there long before white settlement. They said the word they used was Uburaka, borrowed from a language that preceded theirs. It means the path of misery, or the path of the wicked, depending on who you ask. Nate looked put off, but he tended to want to believe in some of the strangeness of the world. I didn't necessarily see any of this as definitive, even if I felt like something within me agreed. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? There's a lot of myths and legends out there. Surely some are going to overlap. Oh, sure they will. They do. Hundreds of Aboriginal myths line up. But in 40 years, I've only ever heard this mentioned once. Maybe twice if we accept that your story is related, which, even though it is anecdotal, seems likely. Think about it. What would you say the odds are of two tribes on either side of the Bass Strait, both having a myth that references the same basic thing, when that thing doesn't even have a word in their languages? This is history, not so much science. Anecdotes are often all we have, especially doing something this obscure. So, while I can't say they're definitely related, I can say that it seems likely. There were other details too. Like what? What is the door, or Ubukukabara, or whatever you want to call it? It's a buraka, and I couldn't tell you, son. This myth is ancient, way older than anything else they remember. They know that the gate is no longer there. They don't know when, but they know it moved. That seems to fit with your story too. The creature tells Myranoxis that he will be bound to the door wherever it goes. This tribe also believed that the gate was the source of many evil spirits. Ancient spirits from before the dreaming. Old things, maybe? It bears some more research, I think.
With that, he told us he would be in contact as soon as he had anything, waving an arm vaguely at the massive pile of papers and books on the table and the shelves that lined the walls. I didn't feel like he was ushering us out, but he made it clear that if we wanted answers, we were going to have to let him work on it. Which I didn't mind. I had my own things to do. I felt that it was time for me to go back there, to the place where it all began. Even if I found nothing. Nate and I said our goodbyes and headed off, eventually moving northwest. I didn't know what I expected to find, or if I just wanted to break through a barrier for my own reasons. But as the dark forests closed back around us, I must admit, I felt more than a little nervous. For the first time in over 20 years, I settled in for the trip to the Tarkeen wilderness. The Tarkeen isn't as large as other wilderness areas in Tasmania, although it is right up there. It's also not as remote overall. Bordering the coast along its northern edge means that it can be easily accessed by many of the residents and tourists who enjoy the north coast. It makes up for that with a wide range of terrain. Swamps and grasslands share the same national park as small, rugged mountain valleys and thick, dense, ancient rainforest that wouldn't be out of place in a fantasy novel. The southern edge of the wilderness is far more remote than the north, with very few visitors outside of serious hikers and the parks and wildlife ranges. This southern edge is closer to where I eventually ended up in 1997, but we were in the north when I disappeared, and so that's where we started. We entered the wilderness as near as we could to where my parents had on that trip. The actual entrance to the tracks has changed over the years, moving east, but the tracks are still very much the same, and we quickly found the right path. Anywhere in Tasmania, the weather can change in a split second, and we were reminded of that early on in the first day of our hike. Nate and I set out under clear skies and warm sunlight, winding our way through a path that took us through clumps of forest and open meadows of green and red grasses. Within an hour, the sun had retreated behind grim black clouds. The temperature had dropped into single digits, and we were being drenched by freezing rain. The rainforest provided some shelter, the thick canopy of leaves and intertwining branches blocking a bit of the rain, but the path had become treacherous. Every step brought the risk of slipping on the slick rocks or the ever-present moss. And as we trekked deeper and deeper, the terrain became more and more rugged. We were descending into a small valley, and the rain had created a heavy mist that seeped into every nook and cranny of the forest. Eventually, late in the day, tired, cold and soggy, we came to an overhang and decided we really should settle in for the afternoon, try to wait out the rain. It didn't keep us totally dry, but a hastily erected tent fixed that, and a gas camping heater and stove slowly started to thaw us out and dry our sodden socks. Over a cup of tea, Nate grilled me about how the whole trip was making me feel. I'm okay, really. I was pretty anxious about the whole thing, but apart from being a little jumpy, I'm fine. I'm glad I'm not out here alone, though. Thanks for coming along, mate. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. And have you any, I don't know, epiphanies? Flashbacks? No, nothing. None of this really looks familiar, which I guess isn't really unexpected. I'm not sure if I really thought I'd recognize anything from when I was 8. Honestly, I'm not sure what I expected at all. Well, as for me, I don't think you should go into this expecting anything. Just enjoy the trip. Hell, if that's the only thing that comes out of this, then at least you've beaten a demon or two of your own and taken another step towards putting all this behind you, right? Yeah, I guess. Anyway, we've only gone a little ways in. I think we were further up the trail when, when it happened. I'm not going to get too disheartened. I didn't mention it at the time, but based on my dreams and the stories I'd started to believe more than I would have liked, I wouldn't have been at all disheartened if nothing happened. We bounced what we had learned from Mark back and forth as the dull grey sky started turning dark. The rain slowly eased off, leaving a glistening forest wreathed in fog. It was beautiful, and I found myself feeling glad that I'd come. A sense of peace settled over me as we talked and laughed in the darkness of the forest. For the first time in months, I slept easily. In the afternoon of the next day, we entered a clearing, and I froze. My gaze had settled on a very unique tree, one that seemed to split at right angles midway up the trunk, as though it had once been cleaved down the middle and continued growing. I suddenly felt like all the air had been expelled from my lungs, and I swayed as a wave of nausea swept over me. I knew that tree. Nate, of course, noticed my change in demeanor. Whoa, are you okay? What is it? He followed my eyes to the tree. I wanted to climb it, but Mum and Dad said no. I loved climbing trees. It made me feel like a superhero, and this one looked so cool. But they thought the moss on the branches might make me fall. I felt really hard done by, and I sulked around while they started to set up camp. The tent would have been over that side of the clearing, near where those big rocks are. I sat just over there, and I watched them. I pointed to the rock pile that kept the forest at bay on the right-hand side of the small clearing. For some reason, that pile of rocks made me shudder unconsciously, discomfort crawling up my spine. Nate stood by, concerned. Damn it, I feel like there's more, but I just can't remember. It's so frustrating. I know it's there, but it's like it's behind a door or something, and I don't have the key. An appropriate choice of words, I suppose. Maybe we should just set up here for the night. Yeah, maybe we should, I said, trying to calm myself down a little. I couldn't help being drawn to that pile of rocks. I noticed, as I looked closer, a small trail leading into the forest behind it. A game trail, maybe, or an old overgrown track. Hey, Nate, let's walk down that little track for a bit, see if anything else sticks out. He peered down into the secluded brush. Sure, if we can get anywhere along it. Why don't we head down there and see what we can see and then head back here and camp for tonight? I agreed and headed towards the tiny game trail with purpose. My stomach twisted in knots, and I wanted to try and work myself into ignoring it. Before I realized it, I had ducked under the foliage and into the forest. A few meters in, the path opened up enough that we could at least stand. Further down, a flash of brown fur put me on edge for a moment, before I realized that we'd simply startled a group of paddymmelons and set them bounding off into the brush. Clearly, the trail was still well used by the local wildlife. Beyond that, though, it looked like a bit of a waste of time. We walked for about another half an hour, but the forest all looked the same off the main trail. Very few things stood out the way the split tree and the rocks had in the clearing, and my memory stayed fuzzy and frustrated. I'd almost decided to give up and head back when I saw something just off the path. To my right, I spotted a small clearing through the trees, strangely bare of vegetation. I was somehow drawn to it. As I stepped through the forest and into the open space, the sounds of the forest seemed to fade away. The reason for the lack of vegetation became clear immediately. Underfoot, the ground was actually an immense slab of stone. Maybe the top of a flat rock mostly buried in the earth. It gave the whole space an eerie feeling, somehow detached and removed from the rest of the forest. I felt different, and I somehow remembered that feeling, like I had entered a magical place. Then, a word popped into my head. Distracted, I breathed it out loud, wondering what it might mean. Tjanalla. Behind me, Nate reacted. What was that? I'm not sure. It just came to me. Okay. When you walked in here, you mean? I nodded. Do you think it's important? Yeah, I do. But I can't really say why. I mean, I feel like it's important, but I can't remember anything about why it would be. It's just a word that my brain shouted at me when I came into this spot. I tried to cross the clearing and see if I could get anywhere near on the other side, but the forest kept me firmly within the stone area. Nate, on the other hand, looked down. While I tried to breach the thick old-growth forest, he had knelt down and brushed away the leaves from something in the middle of the slab. Hey Chris, look at this. He crouched over something in the center of the clearing. A pattern, or a carving in the stone. I could see it even from a few meters away, and partly obscured by the moss that Nate had started to pull out of the lines. As he did, the pattern became clearer. I had no doubt that it had been carved by human hands at some point in history. The lines weren't natural. and the way it weathered spoke to the age of it. Tasmanian Aboriginals were known to carve more often than most of their mainland compatriots, although this shape looked different to any of the carvings my grandfather had ever shown me. Nate finished scraping the moss from on half of the carving and stood back, trying to get a sense of what we were looking at. The carving spanned about 3 meters. I couldn't be sure which way it had originally been oriented, but it was simple enough. A large circle with a pair of eyes, and then what looked like 4 legs. I guessed it must have been some kind of animal. I couldn't put my finger on why, but that carving made me feel deeply anxious. Nate wanted to stick around and check out the rest of the stone looking for more carvings, but I convinced him that we should head back to the main track. As we left the stone clearing with its strange carving, I realized that the place felt colder than the rest of the forest. A shiver ran down my spine as we stepped out and onto the game trail, and for the barest moment, I could have sworn I heard a whisper on the wind. Then we were out of view, and the forest returned to normal again. Later that evening, Nate and I were sitting around the stove cooking. The sun had come out again, and being summer so far south, it still had a way to go before setting. The golden light warmed the still damp forest and filled the air with a thin mist as all that moisture started to evaporate. Glancing around the clearing, I noticed that the sun had cast the rocks by the game trail in shadow. As those shadows shifted on the breeze, I froze. That rock pile. Chris, you've been staring over there for like 2 minutes. Everything all right? No, Nate. I turned back to him, aware of the tears that had started forming in my eyes. What's wrong? Tjanalla. I remember Tjanalla. He stared intently, but not pushing me to speak about it, while another set of memories bloomed in my mind. It was by the rocks. Mum and Dad were setting up the tent, and they wouldn't let me climb the tree, so I climbed up the rocks instead and sat there. Around the other side I couldn't see them. Not really. I was sulking about the tree, and I didn't even want to see them. So I sat there for a while. Then I saw something down in the shadows. I couldn't really make it out, but I thought it must be an animal or something. It was black and furry, maybe like a Tasmanian devil, but it seemed pretty big. I was curious, so I said hello. You know how kids are. Okay, then what? It said hello back. That seemed completely normal to me as a kid. It asked me what I was doing, and I said we were camping. I asked it why it was hiding. It told me that it wasn't hiding. I just couldn't see it properly. I don't think I knew what that meant, so I asked it if it was magic. It said that it supposed it was. I took a deep breath, my throat tightening with a combination of tears and terror. I asked it what its name was, and it told me that it didn't have one. I said something about everyone having a name, and it said that really, only new things had names, which I didn't really understand. It said that it had been called many things, and it told me that people like me used to call it Tjanalla, and that I could too. I said that was a funny name, and it said that it was a name for a messenger. Then it told me that I should be careful. I thought maybe I had offended it. But then it said that things were waking up. Bad things. Tjanalla told me that I wasn't one of the ones they were looking for, and that I should go back to my parents. Then I don't know. It stood up, and I saw it. I looked over at my parents, and I followed it into the forest, Nate. My voice began wavering then. The emotion of the memory, and the feeling like I was living it for the first time all over again, overwhelmed me. I guess, knowing now that something completely outside the world of normal things had happened to me, sent me over the edge. I settled down a bit, and felt like I needed to finish. I kept following it, down the game trail, but it was a slightly different trail back then. It ran straight into the clearing. You know, the one with the stone carving. By the time we got there, it had gotten dark. Somehow. It should have only been about 5:30, but the sun had completely gone. I was cold, and the forest had begun to whisper. I'd been sneaking around, but I started to cry, and Tjanalla heard me. It turned around, and I heard it speak again. It sounded sad. It told me that I should not have followed it, and that it could not protect me. Then it vanished into the stone, and I was totally alone. Jesus, Chris. That's not the worst of it. I mean, that's pretty much all I can remember for now, but in the clearing, I finally saw Tjanalla properly. Nate, it was massive. I drew the symbol from the clearing in the dirt by the stove, upside down. Nate's eyes widened. A circle. 2 eyes. And 4 horns. Not legs. The carving is a representation of Tjanalla, or whatever it really is. And Tjanalla is the thing from my grandpa's story. At least I think so. This is all so crazy. But Nate, I think that clearing is where the elder spoke to Tjanalla in the story. That's what the carving means. He sat back in shock, silent for a moment. Does that mean the stone clearing is the door? I thought about it for a moment, but I didn't think so. I doubt it. The stories say the door, or the gate, moves. Maybe it was the door at some point, but I don't think so. I think the door itself is different, and that clearing is something else. But honestly, I've got no idea. I'm not sure I want to keep doing this, Nate. I don't know if I can keep dragging all this stuff up. It's too much. He put a hand on my shoulder, but said nothing. There wasn't really anything he could say. But I had one more memory I agonized over telling him for a few quiet moments. There's one other thing. When Tjanalla disappeared, and I thought I was alone, I wasn't. I remember noticing that the ground was suddenly covered with crawling things. But there was something else. A horrible thing, like a shadow. It rose up from the other side of the clearing. It had these smoking eyes, maybe purple, and it looked at me and laughed. I just ran, but I think that thing was Myranoxis, Nate. What makes you say that? Because of what it said as I ran. I had tears in my eyes again, the fear fresh in my chest, as though everything had just happened that day. It said I could run as far as I liked, but that it wouldn't matter. It said that the door was opening, and the old things were coming.
I was back in the forest. The one with the bloody moss. I looked down at my hands, my arms, and I realized that I was covered in the blood or whatever it was that was soaked into the moss. Closer to the trees, I could see that the red substance came from them. It oozed out of the bark like sap, but when I reached out to touch it, I found it was warm. The trees here were massive. The roots were like those ones you see in the rainforest. The tops of the roots were taller than me. I looked up and I saw this thing sitting on the root. It was like a furry black bird, kind of. But it had these skeletal wings, and more of a mouth than a beak. It opened its mouth wide. I could see bits of meat caught in between teeth that looked so jagged. Then suddenly something dragged me as the thing lunged at me. That woman from before, I think. I could see her better this time. She was Aboriginal, and she looked different. I think there was something wrong with her facial bones. I don't know. She also had filed her teeth to points. But somehow, I didn't think she wanted to hurt me. She'd already kept me safe from the shadow thing, and now, that bird. The woman dragged me off through the forest. My arm hurt, but I was too scared to say anything, and she seemed to be in a real hurry. Suddenly, we came out into a more open place, free of those huge roots, and I could see why. Walking through the trees were 3 or 4 huge things, or at least their legs. Only one of them was small enough for me to see their whole bodies before they vanished into the leaves. It's hard to describe exactly what they looked like. I think they looked kind of wooden. Like their skin was more like bark or maybe stone. All over their bodies, they had these protrusions, spikes and bumps. I only got a quick glimpse of them before the shadows moved. They pooled and slithered out from under the trees like oil, before heading straight for us. I saw their almost featureless faces, mouths and eyes weeping red fluid, just before I woke up. Is this real? How can any of this be real?
That sleep recording came from 5 days after Nate and I left the Tarkine wilderness. Although, at that point, it was more accurate to call them nightmare recordings. Well, when I remembered to do them anyway. Honestly, I don't know why I kept doing them. We were staying in a wilderness lodge near Cradle Mountain, just trying to process how I felt after the revelations and the returning memories of the forest trip. Since our experience in that clearing, I had found myself occasionally feeling a presence behind me, or on the trail, or the back seat of the car, or the corner of the room. But when I looked, there would never be anything there. I felt watched, but I could never work out by who or what. We checked in there the day we walked out of the forest, Nate driving us through to Cradle Mountain while I stared off into nothing. I'm not sure if I even spoke a single word that day. I basically spent the few days it took to hike out and then the first day or so at Cradle Mountain in a complete daze. So if anything had happened, I'm not sure I would have even remembered it. Most of all, I was trying to work out if I wanted to go any further with this. Everything had been so insane that I didn't know if I wanted to remember anymore. On the third morning, though, I decided I did. Nate and I were sitting around, having breakfast and some coffee, talking generically about the stuff I'd remembered, when his phone rang. "It's Mark," he said, looking at the screen with a frown. He picked up the call, greeted Mark, and asked him if he could put him on speaker so I could hear what he had to say.
Listen, you two. You need to stop looking for this. Now.
Nate and I must have both had the same "what the hell" moment when Mark's voice came through the phone, urgent and frightened. "What? Mark, what's up?"
I need to see you both, face to face. Nathaniel, you need to stop. Where are you?
Nate told him where we were staying and he said he'd be there in about an hour. Then he hung up. What the hell was all that about, Nate? He looked concerned too. I have no idea, but I've never known Mark to act like that. Whatever he's found, I don't think it's good. Mark knocked on the door to our cabin just over an hour later, hard enough that I thought it might come off its hinges. Nate answered and spent a couple of minutes calming him down before bringing him through to the lounge area. I think he thought that a worked up Mark might affect me in the wrong way. You know, psychologically. "Do you guys have a kettle in here? I could really use a cup of tea." Then he settled in and waited for Nate to join us. "Look, I'm sorry if I was a bit over the top earlier, but I was a little bit shocked. I found a lot actually." He sighed and removed his glasses. "I meant what I said though. You guys need to drop this. It's much more dangerous than I could have ever thought it might be." I frowned at that. What does that mean though? Isn't this all just stories and dreams? I believed in what I'd experienced, but I'd been pretty sure Mark had a more scientific approach. But he just shook his head. Yeah, realistically, some of what I do is just recording myths and legends. Most of it even. But some is more than that. I do this because I know that sometimes myths and legends are more than just myths and legends. But what do you mean by that, Mark? It's not important. What is important is that I spoke to the elders of the community that originally told me the story about the gate. They were reluctant to talk much, as they were before,
until I mentioned to them what you had gone through and the story you told me. Within half an hour, I was talking face to face to one of the younger emerging elders. He said his role was essentially like a librarian, or that'd be the closest comparison in our culture anyway. These guys document history, making sure it stays alive for the next generations and the ones after them. Anyway, I'm gonna start off with a story he told me. He produced a little tape recorder, set it down on the table, and pressed play.
The gate moved sometime before I was born, we think. But before then, brother, it had been on the headland for years. I mean, we call it a headland, but it's about 10 clicks end to end. You've got to understand what the gate is, I suppose. But the problem is, I don't reckon anyone really does. I know I don't. See, brother, our ancestors left this place because of it, and they mixed with another mob. So our stories and our history gets mixed up too. When our ancestors came out here from Africa, I suppose before the dreaming, they were the first, but they were also the last. They were the last people to find their place. Before that, this land had no people. It was the oldest place left, and it was very different to the rest of the world. In this land stood a gate, or a door, or a path that had stood for millions of years. Where it went to, we don't know. Why it was created or by who, we don't know. We don't even know if it always moved, or if we somehow made it move. But that gate, it was powerful, brother. Powerful and evil. The gate, it is the only way that elder things, the things that existed before, can get back into our world. The only place that they can still survive. But they can still spread their influence, and when they all wake up, they can still come through. That's why the gate is so dangerous. Now, when the gate was here, it attracted people, you know. I guess like when you have a town with a haunted house or something like that. People go for a thrill. They go to prove how brave they are. They go to see if it's real. But see, this thing ain't no haunted house. This thing is real. I've seen what it does. When I was a boy, the gate was already gone, but the people who went there before it did, some of them were still around. And brother, they come back changed. There was this one old man, we called him Uncle Crazy. He lived out in the bush, but we were told if we ever see him, that we had to run straight back to town, not look back. The story goes Uncle Crazy was one of those young fellas who wanted more from his life. Back then, the white fellas wouldn't let us do a lot, you understand? And we didn't have any warriors left or any reason for them, really. Things were modern enough that people thought the gate was just a story. I don't know why, but for some reason, only some fellas ever seemed to find the thing. Anyway, Uncle Crazy, he wanted to go to the gate. He wanted to prove he was tough, I suppose. Probably Uncle Crazy was already a bit crazy. Anyway, he went off out to the headland with a couple of other fellas. It had been years since anyone gone out there. That's how it goes, ain't it? Something happens, people stop going someplace, people eventually forget. So other people go back. No one knew they were going until after they went. And when the elders found out, oh, they was angry. But more than that, they was terrified.
The last fellas who had gone out there not only come back different, but they brought something back with them. A sickness, they said. Folks started losing their minds, dancing out in the moon covered in animal blood, or worse. When one of them cut off a neighbour's face and stitched it onto their own, the elders had to do something about it. They rounded the crazies up, which they said took every man in the village because these fellas were too strong, and they banished them to the headland. None of them ever came back. Anyway, Uncle Crazy had gone, so all any fella could do was wait. Days ticked on and no sign of him and his boys. Eventually, they just figured the gate or something from the gate had got them fellas. A few weeks after that, Uncle Crazy sorta wandered back into the village, but no sign of the others. Well, one sign. You see, Uncle Crazy was wearing something when they found him. Something made of skin. He had made a cloak, even stitched bits together. Grim stuff. Of course, they couldn't call the authorities. Even if they did believe him. Blackfellas weren't worth much in the eyes of the coppers back then, so they chased old Crazy off with spears and arrows. Every time he came back, they chased him off again. Eventually, even his cooked brain got the message. Used to see him around a bit, but he never came in the village. I only saw him once, and let me tell you, brother, that was more than enough. This mad fella wore animal skins, and he painted himself totally red. When I ran into him, he was squatted down in the clearing. I was behind him when I came up on him, so I couldn't see what he was doing. I tried to back out of there, but he heard me. When he whipped around, brother, have you ever seen a predator get startled? Like a big cat or something? Yeah, he moved like that. Took that one movement to show me Uncle Crazy wasn't no man. Not anymore. He stared at me, and his eyes, they were pure white. Then he snarled like a dog, and his teeth was all sharp. But they were long too, like they'd grown. I just ran, brother. Point is, Uncle Crazy might have been the last of our mob to go out to the gate. But wherever it is now, no fella's safe. That thing, whatever it is, ain't a thing to stuff around with, you hear? The things that return from there, that's pure perversion.
Mark clicked off the recorder, and Nate and I shared a horrified glance. The stories, while told in a hard-to-follow manner, were dark. And I think being told stories about the door affecting people recently had a more profound impact than hearing something supposedly from thousands of years ago. Still, stories were just that, right? Okay, I said. That was creepy. But I don't get why that would get you so worked up. Surely you've heard much worse. Mark stared out the window, into the forest, but not at anything in it. His mind clearly elsewhere. I've heard much worse, sure. But I've seen much worse, with my own eyes. He let his words sit for a moment, heavy between the three of us, while he stared at something millions of miles away. Then he changed direction. Anyway, these guys are the best source of information I can find on the door. But things they said resonated with me. Without wasting too much time on it, they say that the door influences the world around it, and that it attracts or maybe generates evil. They say that those who get close enough to be influenced by the door change, just like Uncle Crazy. But those who actually go through the door find something much worse. The other thing that really interests me is that they say the door isn't part of their mythology because it's not part of their world. It's older, and it was here before the Dreamtime. He took a sip of his now cold tea, seemingly not fussed by the temperature, lost deep in thought. I took some of these things and cross-referenced a few other stories, and I found way more than I'd thought possible. Elements of their stories about the door pop up in about 5% of everything I've catalogued. That doesn't mean that 5% have anything to do with the door, but it means that some will absolutely. Even if it's half of those, that's a massive number. Do you know how many stories you hear when you seek them out actively for 40 years? I began to fidget, uncomfortable now. You're talking about all this as though it's real. Don't you think it is, Chris? I mean, I'm not sure. I think I experienced something, but how much of it is just nightmares and how much of it is real? I don't know. I'm so confused right now, I'm not even sure if we're all real. Mark looked at me sternly, but with an obvious sympathy. Look, I've catalogued a lot of stories and a lot of folklore in my time. Some of it's obviously not real, and some of it very real. Not all of the unreal stuff has been supernatural, and not all of the obviously real has been properly explainable. When you first came to me last week, I'd have said this one fell in the middle. A story perhaps based on years of legend and a touch of truth. But speaking to those people and doing the research, I realised something that changed my mind. You mean something that makes you think it's all real? Mark nodded, his face now slightly ashen. Yes. The thing about new information is that sometimes it can make things that happened in the past make a whole lot more sense. This door, or gate, or evil energy, whatever it really is, I'm almost certain that I've encountered it myself. Have you ever heard of the Wild Rivers Massacre? No? I'm not surprised, really. Tasmania was small back then. News didn't really travel the way it does now, and this wasn't something many people wanted to spread. It was also well before the both of you were born. And Massacre is a bit sensationalist, but nevertheless, 6 people died brutally. I was quite young at the time and new to all this. I had only been collecting my stories for perhaps 2 years when the massacre happened in the winter of 1979. I'd been living in Strahan for about a year at the time, recording the stories of one of the more unusual and overlooked historical towns in Australia. They called me in because they needed an input into some of the details. Some of the stranger aspects of the killings. And they thought that maybe someone with my background would be able to help them catch whoever did it. There were seemingly important, possibly ritualistic symbols found at the site, as well as some of the things done to the victims that had confused and, I suppose, frightened the investigators.
The killings took place in a remote part of the forest, in Wild Rivers National Park. It was so remote that we had to get in and out via the Gordon River. This is old logging country, the kind of place loggers used to spend months at a time painstakingly sawing down trees and dragging them to the river to float out to the mills in Strahan. Plenty of men died out there over the years, but not many died like those poor sick souls in 79. We had to go hours upriver to even get to the right area, and then camp overnight before making a 4-hour hike into the forest just to find the site. Out there, if they hadn't been working for forestry and in constant contact with their employers via radio, I'm not sure they would have ever been found. Certainly not as soon as they were. As it was, it took 5 days for anyone to be sent, another 2 for the site to be reached, and another 2 more for any police or anything to make it out there. 2 weeks had almost passed by the time I set foot in their camp. The bodies had long since been moved. The site they called home for the duration wasn't so much of a clearing, but a large flat area near a small stream with sparse tree coverage. On the hike in, my guides told me the details. They were not pretty. 6 bodies were found, although not at first. At first, they had no real idea how many bodies there were. The initial party walked into a campsite that looked more like a butchery. Those poor bastards, they'd been totally dismembered. Pieces of people strewn all over the camp. I had to look at some of the photos of the scene later, and it was horrifying. I still have the odd nightmare about it. I'll spare you two the more horrific and irrelevant details, but some of it is certainly relevant. The long pieces, the arms and the legs, had been arranged in a pattern, a sort of concentric spiral in the middle of the camp. The, intestines were laid around the spiral in 6 wavy lines, as though they radiated out from below the spiral shape. Around the top of the spiral, 4 heads were arranged to follow the curve. It almost looked like some kind of jellyfish representation. Certainly nothing I knew of or know of to this day, in terms of indigenous, occult, or arcane symbols. The rest of the remnants of the bodies were dumped in piles. On the tents and some of the trees and rocks around the place, the killers had drawn symbols in blood. More symbols I didn't recognize. My guide took me through those symbols, now brown stains in the fabric, as well as the location of the body parts and a few other points of interest. I was in well over my head and I knew it. The problem I had was that no one else had ever seen any of those symbols before either, so I had no way to determine what they meant or why they might be relevant to the killings. Originally, there had been 8 researchers out in the field. Given that only 6 bodies were found, the police believed that one or both of the missing people must have been the killer. Before losing all contact, the group had been acting strangely in their reports back. I heard some of those transmissions myself. About a week before they lost contact, one of the researchers reported seeing a man in the forest. That was unusual, but not unheard of. The forests out here are home to a surprising number of hermits and social outcasts. I've heard enough stories of people who just never came back to society once trapping and logging were banned that I fully believe there are probably very small communities way out there in some places. The next transmission I heard was from that same researcher. He said that he'd been followed by a man this time. A man who crept along on all fours like an ape. The man looked feral, and he had milky white eyes that led the researcher to wonder if he was blind. I didn't know it at the time, obviously, but that feral man bears a striking resemblance to Uncle Crazy, who allegedly came into contact with the gate. Of course, at first the police didn't put much credence in the sighting because the man who reported it was one of the two missing conservationists. They believed he had suffered a psychotic break, especially based on the other transmissions he sent. He spoke about living shadows and missing time. He spoke about hearing voices. My problem with that idea was that others mentioned missing time and hearing things in their reports too. The last contact with the group, their final transmission late in the evening, was bizarre. The unidentified man who sent it spoke in this monotone, reciting a sort of nonsense poem or chant. It went, "The things that come, the things that feed, the things that rip and tear, the things that wait, the things that bleed, the things that gather there." The police believed that was the man they posited as the murderer, but I disagreed. The other thing I noticed on that tape were the sounds in the background. It could have just been an artifact of the poor quality, but I found if I turned it right up, I could make out something behind the man's voice. Like other voices in the distance, or maybe whispering. It could easily have been the others in the group, but I couldn't make out any words that were in English. Search parties were sent out into the bush for weeks, combing the forests for any sign of them. One group reported that they'd found some kind of dwellings in a series of small caves in the mountains further to the north. Before they could come back to take anyone else out there though, that group disappeared without a trace. The search was called off then. All the resources pulled back to civilization. Winter had well and truly set in, and it was dangerous to be in the forest out there. The missing two, along with the 4 missing searchers, were never found. My association with the investigation ended there too, but I believe the police did send a small team into the forest over the summer. I'm not sure if they ever found any more evidence or the supposed dwellings. I kept an eye out for any symbols like the ones I'd seen in that horrible place, but I never did find anything like them. As far as I know, it's still an open case. Mark told his story calmly, solemnly. When he finished, he shook his head, as if it would help him clear the memories from his mind. But I could tell from the look in his eyes that it did not. So, when you ask me if I think the door is real, I don't know. I don't know if I believe there is some gateway, physical or metaphysical, into some other world or place. But I do know that something happened in the wild rivers that I have never been able to explain. And even if you accept that it was the work of people with some kind of religious or cult connection to a myth about the door, they are very real and very violent. People still disappear out there, even though it's very rarely visited. That's why I believe you should drop this. Either there is a group of very dangerous people associated with the myth in some way, or this thing is based on something real that has led to more than 20 known deaths and disappearances around the area where the massacre happened. Nate had turned a little pale.
and I wondered if I looked the same. Clearly something terrible happened out in the national park. Something that had affected Mark deeply. For me, though, the story had the opposite effect to what he had intended. I had to go to the Wild Rivers National Park. I asked Mark about the symbols on the tents, and he happily drew them on the hotel stationery. Most of them were meaningless to me, but the third symbol he drew quickened my heart. A circle, 2 dots inside, 4 lines on top, a head and 4 horns. The symbol of the emissary to the old things. The symbol of the many-horned messenger, Tjanalla. As soon as Mark left, with assurances that we were going to seriously consider what he said, I started packing my stuff. My actions were apparently astonishing to Nate, who put himself in the doorway to block a return trip to my room to get more of my things. Whoa, Chris, what's the plan here? I'm going to Strahan. I need to see this through, mate. Not just for me. I think this is dangerous. I think something's happening, and it's not good. What does that mean? I sat back down on one of the armchairs and gathered my thoughts. I've been dreaming and remembering things about places and things that can't exist, but I believe they do. The things I remember, like Tjanalla and Myranoxis and what they told me. The eclipses and everything associated with them. My disappearance, my dreams, the fact that the same number of people vanished in Wild Rivers, and when I went missing, as were supposed to be sent out for the hunt in the original story. I mean, I just can't not think that something's happening. It's not just about me anymore. I just feel it in a way I can't describe. Something's coming, and I feel like I'm linked to it. Suddenly, I found myself shaking and getting mad. No, not just mad, angry, without really knowing why. A deep sense of powerless sorrow was coming over me. I didn't feel like it came from within me. Somehow, more like an external force, one I couldn't resist. Nate put a hand on my shoulder. A simple gesture, just letting me know that I wasn't alone in this. But that feeling of internal rage, it never passed. Not completely. Sorry, dude. I don't know where that came from. I must just be exhausted by all of this. I didn't really believe that myself, but I didn't know what else it could be. Maybe some kind of subconscious response to the likelihood of encountering something like my dreams all over again. Look, you don't have to come, Nate. I can do this myself. I think Mark is right, and whatever this is, it's bloody dangerous. With that, Nate stepped back and looked at me, puzzled, as if I'd just been speaking another language. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm coming with you. I'm not going to let you go wandering into some crazy ancient hellhole alone. I've wanted to help you figure this out ever since we were kids, and I'd be a pretty shit mate if I pulled the plug now, wouldn't I? Thanks, bro. That means a lot. We should get going, before I lose my nerve and change my mind. Strahan is a pretty little town on the west coast of Tasmania, on the shores of the Macquarie Harbour. It used to be a major logging port, utilising the Gordon River to access deep old-growth forest, and these days it's mostly an eco-tourism town. You can do a famous cruise around the harbour and up the Gordon River. My parents took me on it once as a kid. It was cool. I saw a bunch of seals. With dawn breaking, I saw those boats down at the docks, and I wished we were here for something like that instead. There are no real roads from Strahan into the Franklin Gordon Wild Rivers National Park. It's possible to hike in, but the distance we would be travelling made that an unpleasant option. Ditto for the access points along the Lyell Highway. This meant that our only real option would be the Gordon River. It also made sense because that's the way Mark had gone in 1979. A couple of days' research in Strahan had given us a likely location for the massacre. Somewhere to the north of the Gordon, along an old logging track near an unnamed creek. Nate had managed to get us a drop-off further up the river by boat, but we would have to make the last few kilometres of the journey by kayak. Macquarie Harbour and the Gordon River are stunningly beautiful. The water is deeply tannin-stained, and once you move into the river, the forest is thick and impassable right down to the edge of the water. Like so many places in Tasmania, there is an undeniable magic to it, and I tried my best to just focus on that instead of the growing knot of fear in my gut. All too soon, though, I had to face that fear in a more real way. We were in the kayaks and off up the wilder section of the river. As the sound of the boat motor faded away, replaced by the gentle sound of paddles dipping into the dark waters and the birds that filled the trees, hours passed by in relative silence. Both of us were lost in our own thoughts, muscles burning as we propelled ourselves upriver. Mid-afternoon, we took the sweeping turn east with the river, and shortly after, the cleared land that marked the entrance to a long abandoned logging track opened up on the north bank. We pulled the kayaks out, dragged them under the canopy, and set off into the forest. The sun had almost disappeared by the time we found the clearing. Long grass had overtaken the once empty space between several unusually wide-spaced trees. But I knew that we had found the massacre site. I could feel it. And I could feel more than that too. Something tugged at me. Something that I couldn't really explain. As I looked around the grassy meadow, I felt a sudden, crushing dizziness, and I heard whispers rushing, roaring through my head. Before I could reach out to Nate to steady myself, I heard that sick laughter. The twisted cackling of an ancient creature that accompanies the door. And then, before I even knew what was happening, the ground raced up to meet me. When I came to, slowly blinking my way back to reality, I was in a tent, the light of a small fire flickering against the canvas. Nate must have set up the camp while I was unconscious. But how long had I been unconscious? Nate must have heard me rolling around in the tent because he stuck his head in, face tight with concern. Oh, thank God. You scared the hell out of me, Chris. I was about 10 minutes away from using the PLB. I just fainted and smacked your head into the ground. You just dropped. I couldn't get there in time. Jesus, I thought you'd cracked your skull. He sat down, catching his breath. We should really head back tomorrow. Get you looked at. Nate, seriously. I just fainted. Well, you were out for like 2 hours. I'm not a doctor. I can't do a concussion test or whatever, but you hit your head hard. And I certainly don't think you should be thrashing around the bush with a concussion. Have you ever even fainted before? Look, we can't leave, okay? I'm fine. I tried to sit up, but a wave of nausea knocked me back down. Shit. Maybe I wasn't quite fine. Nate frowned, looking worried. Or not. You need to see a doctor. I could see a doctor when we get back. If we get back. What's that supposed to mean? I fainted because I felt him, Nate. Myranoxis. He knows we're here. I think I remember something, but my head's still fuzzy. I'm not concussed. I cut off his comment before he could even make it. It's Myranoxis. Maybe it's the door. I can hear him. Or it whispering to me. I remember it from when I was a kid in that other place. It messes with my head. I felt like I knew, with a kind of vague certainty that lacked specific details. Some things I hadn't before I fainted. I knew that we were on the right track, for one, and I knew that we were not safe. Especially in the dark. The time of shadows. When Myranoxis and the other hideous things could move more freely. As I continued to slowly drift back into consciousness more and more, the whispering subsided, and I started to remember again. We would not be able to sleep comfortably that night. Keep the fire going, Nate. We're not safe in the dark. Myranoxis will wait for me to come back to the door, but there are worse things in these shadows than him.
I ran. The monstrous, black thing that was Myranoxis roared with manic laughter, chasing me further into the forest. Hurting me, I realized, with 20 years of hindsight, further away from my world, further across the bridge, towards the door. All around me, gigantic worms and millipedes and centipedes crawled, opening like a parted sea as I ran. I was crying and I could hardly breathe, but some ancient sense kept me running from Myranoxis. Overhead, the moon looked huge, and it illuminated these huge winged creatures. Amongst the trees, I saw thousands of eyes, hungry, but restrained by something that I could feel, but not see, hiding themselves from whatever I was running towards. I knew they were hiding because I could somehow sense that too. I could sense an energy, horrible and alien. I could sense their fear, but I had nowhere else to go. With Myranoxis still roaring behind me, I knew that he wanted me to run. But I also knew that if he caught me, I would die. Or worse. shrill whispering in my head, like a physical symptom of something, like a headache. And then, suddenly, it fell quiet. My head still felt full, pulsating, but the whispering stopped. I had gone too far, and the whispering was afraid they would hear it. Around me, the night had been replaced by an impossible light. Massive, gnarled trees reached high into the still dark sky. The moon either gone or hidden somehow. Beneath my feet, creatures crawled beneath thick moss, stained red with oozing fluid. And suddenly, I knew what came next, even if I didn't remember the pieces in between. I looked up, down a pathway between the trees, and the shadows shifted menacingly around them. I knew that I would follow that path, that I would fall into the bloody, oozing moss, and that I would soon be face to face with the shadowy thing, soon to be hiding under those immense tree roots as it hunted me. I had passed through the barrier into the place I had dreamed about. I had crossed through the door.
Just like I'd figured, we didn't get much sleep. Beyond the light of the fire, things moved, and I could never tell if they were a trick of the light or something more real. Did the cracking of twigs come from the bush around us, or from the wood popping on the fire? The rising sun came as a relief, especially after spending the whole night mulling over my newest unlocked memory, trying to jolt more pieces of the puzzle free in my mind. We packed up the camp and we moved on, Nate reluctant but unable to sway my determination. In truth, my head still throbbed, and I don't think the strange sense of whispering fullness could be totally blamed. The forest had calmed, seeming normal after the nocturnal activity. But as we trekked north, I realized that it was silent. Not the normal silence of these deep, damp, ancient forests either. This silence felt heavy, oppressive, as though the world was holding its breath and waiting for something to happen. Almost surprisingly, the day passed without any incident. We hiked further and further north, into bushland that grew increasingly thick and wild. The land began to trend uphill, and we soon began to head up a quite decent mountain, a long upward slope towards a higher line of ridges. We reached the top towards the end of the day, and were greeted by a far steeper drop on the other side. The length of the trek up here had given us a false impression of how high we were, but we could still see right out over the valley on the other side, where both wild rivers cut through swaths of thick green. To the south, over the other side of the Gordon River, birds still wheeled about above the treetops. The canopy stirred in the wind, and the forest felt very much alive. All around us, though, the forest sat dead still. No birds flew over the canopy, and not a single leaf stirred in the flat air. This part of the world seemed empty, abandoned even by the winds. To the north, more mountains pushed their way out of the green carpet, and I felt a shadow over them. In fact, the more I looked, the more I became convinced that there was a darkness hanging there, despite the cloudless sky. Nate decided we should make camp for the night before the sun set. Not far along the ridge, we came to a rocky outcrop that would help provide us with some protection, and we decided that we would camp there. The rock would keep the fire from being visible from the valley below. For the second night in a row, we found sleep hard to come by. This time, nothing moved around us, but the forest below the ridge came to life when the sun went down. All through the night, we could hear strange voices carrying on the still air, the movement of large things, and the cries of creatures I'd never heard before. Deep in those valleys, I realized our world and everything we knew had been replaced by another. In the distance, one time, I could have sworn I heard the dark, twisted voice of Myranoxis echoing off the mountains. I felt him too. Him and his army of shadows. The whispering in my head. Somewhere out there, in the darkness, they were waiting. Waiting for me.
The things that hunt, the things that scream, the things that slash and bite, the things that hate, the things that teem, the things that bring the night.
I woke with a start, Myranoxis' voice echoing through my mind. Had it been real? Shit. Was he right outside the tent? I panicked for a moment, waking Nate and tangling myself in the sleeping bag, before realizing the sun had risen. I suppose that didn't mean Myranoxis couldn't be out there, but somehow, I knew he wouldn't give up the advantage of the night like that. His rhyme, the continuation of the one the scientist had been repeating over and over before the massacre, stayed in my head for the entire trek down the mountain. The hike took a lot out of us, sleep deprived and well out of our depth. The deep gradient of the descent causing leg and back muscles to scream in protest. But we struggled on, down the heavily wooded slope and into the thick mossy forest below, driven by something that neither of us could quite explain. As we crossed from the more exposed bushland on the mountain into the valley below, a darkness fell over us, one that had very little to do with the thicker vegetation. The forest felt cold, alien, a chill that transcended the physical sensation and seeped into my very core. Even the trees around us seemed different, twisted, contorted, as though in agony, and the moss that draped the low branches hung limp and lifeless. We had only gone a few 100 meters into the foreboding darkness beneath the trees when I began to hear the whispering of Myranoxis' shadows and could feel their thrumming energy in my head. A flash of memory, shadows boiling around me as I ran through a red-stained forest, whispering, filling my head like they were now. I looked around with a newfound horror, realizing what those whispers meant, even if I could not see it. The shadow things were all around us. With an almost physical ache at the thought of doing anything but running, I forced myself to keep putting one foot in front of the other, Nate didn't seem as affected by the whispering voices, and I knew then that they had been with us pretty much the whole time. So, we had lost all hope of leaving undetected anyway. We trudged through that dark, foreboding forest for hours, our instincts growing more and more frantic and cutting our pace down to a crawl. And then, suddenly, and despite the rare shaft of sunlight piercing the gloom around us, indicating that it was still very much daylight, I happened to glance up and see a black, starlit sky. All at once, my subconscious mind went haywire. I had seen this before. At the other end of a small clearing, a dark mass rose from the ground and oozed out from between the trees. I put an arm out to stop Nate, halting his metronomic march forward as Myranoxis, the pilot fish that swam before the door, rose out of the shadows in front of us. Nate. Nate. Everything seemed to happen so fast, but I remembered it in pieces. Nate said the things I remembered as taking mere moments were like a highlights package of an afternoon spent running. We cowered in a thick patch of ancient green ferns, having fled just far enough before the wicked scout found form. Nate looked shell-shocked, struggling to process the fact that the madness in my memories had just come to life in front of him. The black voice echoed through the forest around us, twisted laughter at first, then bellowing in a language we couldn't understand. Then finally, I heard him and understood him. Inside my head.
Hide where you like, little things. My hunters will find you.
There was a sound like muffled thunder, a crackling electric energy in the air, and I peered out from our shelter amongst the ferns. Along the barely discernible path through the forest, I could see shadows flit around the handful of patches where the sun still held sway. Behind them, walking down the path, came a monstrous, dark thing. Easily 4 or 5 meters tall, Myranoxis walked like something real, but his shape seemed to constantly shift, like liquid darkness. The only thing that seemed to stay in one place were his eyes. Those terrible points of malicious purple light. Myranoxis had thousands of years of pent-up hatred, and those eyes, they expressed every single bit of it. Behind him, 12 smaller figures trailed in his wake.
I was once a man. Once. Before the old things. Before that abysmal thing they called the messenger. I was a hunter. I was the leader of the hunt. Do you know what it means to lead the hunt, little things? I have not forgotten. My people abandoned me to my fate. They deserve to share in it. As do you.
The figures behind him fanned out, and I could see that they were human, or at least humanoid. They looked like twisted versions of men, formed from the same liquid shadow as Myranoxis. They held an assortment of weapons, obsidian black spears and evil-looking clubs, mostly.
My people were not the only ones to suffer because of the gateway. For centuries, the messenger hunted the blood moon and took his toll for the old things. One of 6, always the best. Those stolen hunters are now mine to lead. Hunters formed of hatred and shadow. I smell you, little one. You will not escape the four this time. I will see you dragged back through the gateway to face them.
With that, he made a guttural barking sound, and with unbelievable speed, the twisted shadows surrounding him shot off through the forest. They tore through the air above us like wraiths, causing us to drop right back into the leaf matter beneath the ferns. The horrible shadow men made a thrumming, tearing noise as they whipped over our heads. One dropped to the ground, maybe 15 meters away, so instantaneously that it looked as though it had been spliced into a film. With no other option, Nate and I stood and ran. Behind us came a snapping sound, and a black spear flew just past my shoulder, crackling with energy. Jesus, the hunter clearly had been a spear thrower. If I hadn't stepped down a slight depression, that spear would have been buried deep in my right shoulder, and I got the feeling that that would have been the end of the road. I also got the feeling that I would not get that lucky twice. I snapped right, hoping Nate would follow, but too scared to check. It seemed hopeless. The hunters were otherworldly, fast, and able to move in a way that we could not. A sense of despair fell over me, deeper than that moment. Something dredged up from the distant past. I had been in this position before, run from this before, and it seemed that this time I wouldn't be getting away. Just as I started to think about giving up, a shape rose ahead of me. I thought it must be a hunter lying in wait, but as it stood, I realized it was a person. Apart from a heavy cloak, though, I could make nothing out. The figure gestured frantically, taking my arm as I careened to a near stop. Behind me, I could hear the strange, tearing sound from the hunters, creating a terrible concert with the thrumming in my head. In front, a strange figure, unidentifiable beneath that black cloak. I hardly felt I had any real choice. I followed that cloaked figure as it dragged me deeper into a thick, mossy section of the forest, Nate's footfalls behind me reassuring me that he had at least made it this far with me. A few long minutes later, the cloaked stranger dragged me into a large, fallen tree trunk. It lay on its side in a rotting pile, the hollow opening almost like a cave, and the moss so thick that the rest of the log was impossible to make out amongst the green carpet. Curtains of yellowish white moss obscured the entrance until we were almost upon it. Inside, the air smelled dank and damp, and I had to stoop. Nate, being even taller, hunched over like a parent in a kid's cubby. A small fire glowed towards the back of the hollow. My lungs burned, words impossible to even contemplate until I caught my breath. But our apparent savior didn't seem to mind. A shift of the hood revealed her as a woman, indigenous, and somehow oddly familiar. But I didn't get a chance to think about it before she gestured for us to stay and ducked back through the moss. She came back only a few moments later and hung something in a notch at the entrance to the cavern. Something knotted in a dark leather cord. Then, She turned to Nate and I and spoke. "We will be safe here. The Murram will grow frustrated when his hunters cannot find you. Even after thousands of years, he is impulsive, erratic. When he recalls the hunters, we must flee. What you seek is not here. Not yet." I had so many questions. Who was she? And how did she know any of this? Why had she saved us? Nate jumped in before I could process my own thoughts. What was that you hung up there? How is that going to keep us safe from those things? It is a fragment. Something of power. It deters lesser beings, like the hunters. They cannot sense anything beyond it. She turned to look at me. Her face caught the light, and all of a sudden, the questions fell from my mind. Her eyes caught my attention first. Milky, but not blind. Her cheekbones were heavy, and her brow seemed to knot above her eyes. Certainty bloomed clear in my mind, and I knew why she looked so familiar, where I'd seen her before. The woman standing in front of me was the woman from my dreams. The one who had guided me through that horrible place as a child. All at once, the memories hit me like a cyclone as I looked into those milky eyes. I remembered everything. The flashes I had already recovered, and the vast swaths of missing pieces in a single moment. Everything that had happened to me, and unbelievable terror, raw and all-consuming. The endless and immeasurable time spent running, hiding, soaked in the foul blood that seeped from those horrific trees. The living shadows, the carnivorous mockeries of familiar creatures, ravenous from centuries of hunger, and the myriad of nightmarish entities so alien and unnatural that they threatened to undo my fragile sanity. The inconceivable face of a slumbering god, coiled and waiting, waking. I stumbled back and I fell against the tree, eyes locked on those milky orbs, the damp and rotting wood giving way beneath me. My mind tore open, and with every piece of my soul, I began to scream. I woke up in a motel room. I don't know how I woke up, and I don't know how I woke up sane. The blinds were drawn, and a blanket hung over the curtain rail to block out even more light. I could hear whispers from another part of the room, the near-muted drone of a television. My head felt like it had split open and been poorly stitched back together. Images filled that pounding space, horrifying and impossible, but real all the same. I curled into a ball and I sobbed. Someone entered the room, and I could tell it was Nate, although he didn't speak. I'm not sure he felt like he could speak. What do you say to someone who's clearly losing their mind? I remembered him practically carrying me out of that abysmal forest. I remembered the trip back down the river, floating with the current while he alternated between steering us clear of obstacles and making sure I stayed stable in the kayak. He sat there for an age, silent, while I, for lack of any better words, fell apart. 2, 3, maybe 4 hours later, I felt like I'd started to wrestle myself back into the barest kind of control over my own mind. I couldn't stop the memories that played over and over again, but I could at least tune them out a little. Darkness had fallen by the time I managed to speak, and even then, it took all my energy to ask Nate for a drink of water. When he brought me the glass, I noticed her sitting on a chair in the corner of the motel room, milky eyes watching me. I couldn't help but shrink away. Nate spoke up, reassuring me that we had nothing to fear from her. He wanted to know what I remembered, but I couldn't tell him. I couldn't talk about it. Not just then. The nameless woman stepped in. She offered to briefly fill Nate in on the story as she remembered it, and I did not stop her. You may call me Lilith. It is not my birth name, but I learned it after my time beyond the gate, and I believe it is more fitting. I did not expect you to have such a reaction to seeing me again. I am sorry. I was not sure you would even remember me. I had hoped you would not, that you were being guided to the door by some forgotten instinct rather than a true memory of that place. Sadly, it seems that I was wrong. I was taken through the gate by a creature called Inbik many, many years ago. To those that created it, the servants of the Four Kings, the gate is known as the Farallane. Like so many of its brethren over the centuries, Inbik slipped through the Farallane for no other reason than to spread evil. It stole me from my people and carried me through the Farallane and into its world. Inbik would turn its victims into husks, vessels to be filled by the essence of the zealots and sent back through the gate. The people we always believed to have been twisted by the evil of the Farallane are, in truth, empty shells inhabited by the life force of a zealot. A simple, childlike thing that exists only to serve the old things. But I am getting away from myself. I managed to escape from Inbik, but I could not find my way back through the Farallane. The opening attracts all sorts of creatures, crowding the door, waiting for it to be fully opened so that they may pass through and carry out their misery in this world. They are resentful of us. This world used to be theirs, long before life as we know it rose. The energies that created this world created the Four Kings. In turn, the powerful and pitiless kings created minions. Minions they used to fight wars and shape the world around them to their perversions. These minions are creatures like Inbik, the old things, the things our distant ancestors huddled from when darkness fell. But they overstepped. They drained this world of the energy that created them and doomed themselves. The Four Kings could no longer live in this world, nor could their minions. They came together and put aside their quarrels, using the last of their power to create the Farallane, a doorway to a world where they could access the ancient energies that fed them. Some called this new world Rilorne, although it has many names. Over the centuries, they retreated through the Farallane more and more, until, eventually, they fell into a state of hibernation. When this happened, the power that kept the Farallane truly open diminished, trapping most of the old things within Rilorne. And again, I am getting away from my story. I existed within Rilorne amongst the old things for centuries. I hid with the crawling creatures amongst the crevices of the forests. My mind broke quite quickly, and I became little more than another crawling animal, hiding from the monstrous things around me. Even without the attention of the old things, the world itself began to change me. After all, the hunters were once people just like me, twisted by Rilorne and the old things. But then, my dear, I saw you. A child in Rilorne, standing in a clearing just outside the Garden of the Four Kings, alone. I saw your fear and your confusion, and something in me remembered humanity. I never had the chance to bear children of my own, and perhaps that instinct and longing was strong enough to repair my broken mind. While I watched, something came through the trees behind you. It was one of the old things, the shadow hound named Entes. Few of the old things have any regard for humanity, and Entes is among the worst. You saw the beast, and you ran under the root system of one of the giant trees. I knew Entes would follow, that he would take you. So I burrowed under the moss that forms the forest floor, and I made my way towards you. I managed to reach you just before Entes did, and snatch you away into the subterranean world. But we were not safe. Entes hounded us from above until I reached my sanctuary. Do you remember? The hollowed out tunnels underneath the forest, in the caverns where we huddled near the black artifact. The fragment I used to protect us from Myranoxis comes from that piece. I stole it from the garden, a piece of a weapon used in the ancient wars between the kings. The energies used to forge it are designed to oppose the energies that feed the kings and their minions. The old things do not have the strength to approach it. Only the hibernating kings can abide it. That artifact kept us safe from Entes and any other creatures that sought us. I am sorry. I keep on losing track of where I am. My mind is not what it should be, and these memories are jumbled. There is so much to tell, so much to explain, and so little time. I fed you on what meager edibles can be found, and I kept you safe within the tunnels for many days, insofar as the term has meaning beyond the Farallane. There are creatures that will harm a person, even out of sight of the old things, and I fought them off as best I could. But eventually, I knew I would fail, and you would be taken by some vile predator. Or worse. I knew I had only one option. I could not send you back through the Farallane, and although it would be a mercy, I could not end your life myself. What I decided to do may have been worse. Within the Garden of the Four Kings, is a stone structure, much like your Stonehenge, called the Pillars of Arles. It is one of the very few places where powerful creatures, such as the Messenger, can open a small pathway to your world without having to open the Farallane. It was said that the Pillars of Arles were possessed of an energy that would allow creatures from outside Relorne to return home. I had been there once before and failed, but I had to try. But the garden is no place for humans, much less for a child. It is the place where the kings slumber, where their energy is most keenly felt, and therefore the worst place within the hell that is Relorne. To take you there would mean exposing you to things that may well have destroyed you. Even if I managed to send you home, you may not have been human by the time you arrived. I took you to the garden. Forgive me, but I did. I only hoped to return you home. The journey was long, and there were many times I felt we wouldn't make it another step, despite the protection of the fragments around our necks. The things that live in the garden are not simply minions of the kings. They are the most powerful of the old things, the oldest and the most pitiless guardians who walk the garden while the kings slumber. I will spare you the trauma of reliving that nightmare. It must have been another month before we reached the pillars. By this time, you had retreated into yourself entirely, unable to speak or respond to me in any way. I feared the worst, but I continued. As it happened, the worst was still to come. We reached the pillars, but we were not alone. In trying to find a safe place to hide from the creature that blocked our way, I made a hasty decision and stumbled onto the resting place of one of the 4 kings. The sight of it seemed to cause a complete collapse in your state of mind. You began behaving like a trapped animal, wailing, scratching, attacking me in an effort to get free. Even in hibernation, I could feel its presence. It probed at my mind with an unnatural and ancient power. I could feel my madness returning. I ran. I dragged you back to the pillars. I didn't even think about the creature that had lurked there and sent us fleeing into the jaws of the sleeping king. I just needed to get away. Part of me accepted that death would be preferable to whatever that terrible god might have in store for us, even in its hibernation. We managed to approach the pillars from the opposite side. The creature noticed us, of course, but too slowly. The Pillars of Arles, or whatever leftover energy remained from your world, dragged us into a swirling light. I believe that you activated that light, unknowingly. Your energy had no place in Relorne. You had not been marked by the old things, nor had you been tainted, yet, by long-term exposure. The stories the lesser things used to tell about the pillars indicated that they could return something to the world where it rightly belonged. And an innocent child rightly belonged here. And you somehow dragged me with you. When we arrived in this world, you had fallen into a deep sleep. I was worried you had not survived, but you were breathing. Happily, we came through the pillars deep in the forest. Your world had changed so much since I left it, as I would find over the years. But I knew the forest. I took you to the river, and I washed you, and I dressed you in the clothes you arrived in through the Farrow Lane. I washed myself for the first time in so long. Then, I carried you through the forest. You did not stir, even as night came and went. 2 days you slept, before I came upon what I now know to have been a camper van. All that mattered to me was that there were people who could help you. But I could not speak your language. I had no clothes, no clue what the world had become, and my sanity was not yet fully returned. I did not even recognize them as people. Not really. If not for your skin being similar in color to theirs, I doubt I would have given you to them. I am glad I did. We hid near the camp until you began to wake, and then I slipped into the shadows and waited, ready to steer you in the right direction. You didn't need it. I think you were still confused, perhaps as a result of the experience. You shuffled into the clearing, and a white-haired lady scooped you up. Nobody ever saw me, and I vanished into the forest, and I never expected to see you again. I realized, somewhere around the time Lilith spoke about seeing me in that clearing, that I'd started to cry. A soundless, almost involuntary flow of tears ran down my face as my memories matched up with her brief telling of the story. Or, worse, when my own memories exceeded the detail Lilith went into. It told me its name. I whispered it, to myself mostly, and Lilith and Nate did not hear me. Nate was too busy trying to wrap his head around the tiny fraction of the story Lilith told him. Wait, you were talking weeks and months, but Chris was only missing for like 5 days. And you'd been there for what, centuries? What does that mean? Time is different through the Farrow Lane. I am not of your world, with its sciences, and I cannot explain it. But I know it to be true. As for me, the energies that help the old things to survive also affect us. You will not die of hunger or thirst or cold while in their world. But you will feel those things. Eventually, I had to eat, no matter how foul the options, just so I could feel full. This stuff all seemed irrelevant to me. I didn't care how or why. I just cared that it was real. It had happened. I tuned them out, fixating on the sensation of sheer horror I felt at the memory of what that sick, ancient god had said to me. It told me its name. It told me it was already awake. Sometime later, Nate went out to get some food. I had been out of it for days, and I needed to eat. There was a takeaway joint just down the road from the motel. This left me alone with Lilith, something that still unnerved me. I associated her with that place beyond the door, and I didn't like being around her. Her story had been accurate though, and I knew that the way I felt wasn't fair to her. She saved me from something inconceivable, but all I could think about was how heavily she featured in it. Still, she spoke to me, and I had no choice but to listen. I know it is traumatic. You are living something you had forgotten all over again. Your spirit tried to protect you, but your mind was too curious. That is natural. You could not have known the pain it would cause, but you need to fight it, because where you once needed me, I now need you. She squeezed my hand, and I flinched, but I didn't withdraw it. There are so few left who know of the Farallane and what lies beyond. So few who can see the danger. If the door opens and the four kings awaken, the world as we know it will change. Slowly at first, but more and more as their influence spreads. Our world will begin to resemble theirs in subtle but horrific ways. If the door is open long enough, or the wrong things make it through, it will never recover. Lilith looked tremendously sad, like she had the weight of an entire world on her shoulders, and I realized, in that moment, that maybe she did. She had been spat out into a world that she no longer knew, cold and alone and utterly out of place when she brought me back. Pushing my suddenly ingrained fear aside, I placed a hand on her shoulder, something she clearly was not used to. There is a reason I am telling you this, and you alone. I have found a way to block the Farallane. It is an ancient ritual, older even than my own people. The door is nearing a cosmic peak where energies far beyond our experience will allow it to open fully. There is a ritual that can counteract those energies for a time. To put it in the context of your world, this ritual, it acts as a doorstop of sorts. If the door does not open, the four kings will not wake until the next peak allows it to. Although we will need your friend, it is you I must convince. The ritual must be performed within the gap between this world and the other side of the Farallane, the world of Myranoxis, the shadows, and the messenger, where the elder met Tjanalla by the light of the moon. You are the one who has experienced the sickness of their world. You understand the danger, but you also understand what may happen, what we will encounter, and what we must endure. I cannot ask you to help me without knowing that you may go through even worse horrors than you have previously. At that point, Nate returned with 3 burgers from the takeaway joint and a mixture of chips and potato scallops. He also had 2 6-pack of beers. The smell of that food hit me, and I suddenly realized the full extent of my empty stomach. I didn't even wait for a plate. I just tore into the burger without even remembering to chew properly. Nate had to slow me down before he handed me a beer. It is such a deceptively simple thing, strength. Nate ignored the mood. He talked to Lilith about our childhood. The good things, not the missing chunk that had been so violently filled. He told her about growing up in the world we did, the stupid things we did as kids. The time we put a firework in the teacher's letterbox, the time we took home a possum, thinking it was a cat, and when we opened up the box we'd put the poor dazed thing in, it had scratched Nate so badly he needed 14 stitches. The time we snuck into a scary movie and then both of us refused to sleep for a week. The time he dared me to jump off a cubby house and I broke my arm. The time he almost drowned when he fell in the bloody Derwent skateboarding along a pier. The time we stole half a bottle of vodka and spent half an hour pretending to drink it because it burned so badly, only to realise that the level had stayed the same the whole time. All the stupid moments that make up a good childhood. The energy of my first meal in days and the warmth of the memories Nate brought up so enthusiastically helped fight down some of that shattering smallness I'd felt in the face of my recovered memories. For her part, it seemed Lilith had never had alcohol before. 2 beers had her laughing uncontrollably, telling her own stories. I don't know where she had spent the years since our return, but she had obviously missed having company. Obviously, our trip down memory lane couldn't repair everything that the revelations of the past few days had done to my psyche, but it helped. It gave me strength. That fickle quirk of the human spirit that can come and go so easily. Our stories reminded me that the horrors of the world behind the door were only a small part of my life. A life that had otherwise been full of warmth. They reminded me of the things that the world through the Farrelane could have taken from me and threatened to take from anyone unfortunate enough to be near when it opened. I still wanted to run, to leave all of this behind and hide as far away as I could. But I knew then that I couldn't do it. I couldn't live with another little kid ending up where I had, with innocent kids losing their childhood to the uncaring evil of the old things as it seeped through the divide between worlds and into their lives. Whatever Lilith needed from me, I would do it. I would help her close the door. Some years ago, while living wild until I could learn the ways of the world that replaced mine, I stumbled upon the body of a lost hiker. He carried a journal, and upon reading it, it became clear to me that he had lost his sanity. He had been lost, badly so, and wandered for many weeks. Many believe that a man who has parted ways with sanity will be incoherent, but that is generally not the case. The man had written down his memories of where he had been. He described hiking the walls to a lake, but then he became disoriented. For many days he wandered, aimless, never able to define a landmark that might guide him home. Eventually, he came to a river that ran red. Seeing this, he became convinced that he must have lost his mind. But what he described was all too familiar to me. The man had perfectly described the very brink of the Farrelane. He had taken his own life, gruesomely, as those who encounter the old things so often do. The Farrelane does not move, nor is it ever in one place, or in many. Yet, all of these things can be true. The simplest way to imagine it is that the entire world is the Farrelane. It is a door between this world and the other, and it can open anywhere. However, there are places where the barriers are stronger. The energies of the world strong enough to override those of the old things. Normally, these are places of strong humanity. It could be said that we are drawn to these places, and it could be said that we hide from the places where the Farallane is strongest. This is a far more complex system than those who encountered it thousands of years ago could ever imagine. During the peak, this will not be true. For as long as it lasts, the Farallane can open anywhere. There is always one place, however, where the barriers are weakest. Always one place where the Farallane is most powerful. It will open there during the peak, but it may also open anywhere the barriers can be breached. Even if the door only opened in the remotest of places, it will devastate this world. Things will come through that can move along ancient lines of power, that can manipulate consciousness and even alter reality itself. It will spread. To complete the ritual, we must be where the Farallane is at its strongest. We must go here, well beyond the walls, to where the river runs red. Lilith had pointed to the area we were currently hiking towards, somewhere between Lake Burberry and the walls of Jerusalem. A massive valley runs from the northern end of Lake Burberry, practically all the way to the northern end of Lake St. Clair, on the edge of the walls. It is traversed by many rivers and streams, the most notable being the South Alden and the Murchison. Like so much of the island state, it is wild country, and the high terrain on the northern edge of the valley is near on impassable in places. This is where we found ourselves slinking through the forest, following Lilith into what may as well have been the gates of hell. By this time, 2 days had already passed, uneventful, since we stepped away from the shores of the lake and started following the South Alden River. We travelled light. The rivers and streams flowed pure, and Lilith was so at home in the forest that it honestly seemed like she could summon food from the ether. If not for the heavy, silent dread that hung over us, it could have just been a beautiful hike. 4 days in, I saw the ravens. Perched in the highest branches of the trees, and mostly obscured by the canopy. They watched us pass in uncanny silence. There must have been hundreds of them, and not a single one made a sound. Not a single caw, not even the ruffling of feathers as a bird readjusted its wings. Beyond the quiet burbling of the water flowing downstream, we were surrounded by silence, which only served to emphasize the feeling of so many eyes watching. The others noticed them too, their eyes spending more time looking up than at the ground we were walking on. Eventually, we came to an area where the banks of the river widened to provide an easier path than the one we were forced to create through the bush. When we stepped out, I could see the birds clearly for the first time. They were not ravens. They had no feathers. Instead, they were covered with patchy fur, and their wings looked stunted, like there was no way they could fly. The things I'd seen in my dreams, creatures from beyond the door. Lilith recognized them with a grim look. We were getting closer. We spent the night huddled underneath the thick undergrowth, in a place where the smaller plants formed a kind of natural cavern of leaves and shrubs. Around us, as darkness fell, the forest came to life with alien sounds that I had only recently come to know all too well. We had slipped into the space between the barriers, where the two worlds mix like rivers meeting. Lilith held the cloth-wrapped shard tight, doing her best to keep us sheltered from whatever horrors found themselves prowling the Farallane that night. I didn't sleep. I can't speak for Lilith and Nate, but I laid there listening to the world around us, feeling the wrongness of it all deep in my gut, until I watched the sun rise slowly in a purple-tinged sky. We ate a hasty, early breakfast and set off as soon as the sun cleared the horizon. I was keenly aware that I didn't belong to this world. Not totally. We were well outside where any humans were ever supposed to be, walking straight into a kind of eddy between worlds. As we walked, I felt it once again. That familiar whispering, the swirling of not quite there shadows as they danced around me. Deep in my chest, somehow both physical and metaphysical, I felt a tightening. Not dread, nor fear, no. Worse than that. I felt certainty, inevitability. Today, we would find the very cusp of the Farallane. Today, we would close it, or die trying. That is, if we were lucky enough to die. The deeper we trekked, the more the forest changed. Wilder, darker. It felt older. Familiar trees stood amongst ancient, twisted things with black bark that ran with rivulets of oily sap. Except I knew it wasn't sap. Between them, shadows shifted, alive and waiting for the sun to fall and the night to release them from their darkened prisons beneath the trees. Strange fronded plants moved in the undergrowth, independent of the breeze. Looking closer as we ventured further in, I realized that they were being moved by masses of centipedes and huge millipedes. My skin crawled, remembering the feeling of those many-legged things crawling over me as I huddled from the great beasts of the ancient world. All around me, the whispers of Murrum's shadows grew louder, hungrier. Nate had fallen silent, dumbstruck by the changes to the landscape as we passed through. Lilith constantly surveyed the surrounding forest, her milky eyes darting quickly in all directions. Each of us digested our situation silently as the lines between our world and theirs became more and more blurred. Suddenly, Lilith came to a halt, motioning us to stop behind her. In front of us, the path dimmed and the sky darkened, although the forest itself stayed oddly lit, despite the darkness above. The ancient trees twisted together far above our heads, knotted together like obscene, skeletal limbs. She veered left onto a smaller path and beckoned us to follow. Leaves from the lower branches brushed at us as we passed, giving the impression of a world grasping at us, trying to draw us in. Just as I thought the forest was going to close around us completely and seal us in, we broke through, and we came out to a very different landscape. I found myself staring out over undulating scenes of long grass, somehow both green and pink, swaying even in the absence of any breeze. The sea of grass was broken sporadically by weathered black boulders, and a rugged mountain rose beyond a narrow river that churned a jaggy, rocky path through the gently murmuring grasses. A river that ran blood red. The land sloped gently down towards the crimson passage of the river. Where it crashed over the sharp black rocks, pink foam swirled in the eddies and switchbacks as the water weaved its way downstream. That is, if it even was water. Lilith did not hesitate as she pushed her way through the long, thick grass towards the river. Nate just stood there in terrified silence at this scene, his unease not helped in any way by the gigantic old thing that swooped across the sky from the mountain, slithering through the air far above our heads like a huge, impossible worm. He gave me a look of sheer panic, but to his credit, he slipped onto the path Lilith and I had carved through the grass behind us. The grass sliced at my skin, opening tiny cuts that bled freely, and soon my bare arms were stained as red as the river. Nate hissed behind me, slapping at the scratches as they formed, but Lilith seemed oblivious to the tiny rivulets of red that marred her skin. On reaching the edge of the water, Lilith turned towards the mountain, and we scrambled our way over the sharp rocks to follow. To our left, the sickly stream crashed against the steep rocky bank, barely contained. I slipped on a particularly slick spot, and my heart leapt into my throat as I slipped inevitably towards the sanguine waters below. A strong grip on my forearm halted my fall as Nate came bounding over the rocks. Ahead, Lilith continued, single-minded and oblivious. We closed the distance to the mountain, and I slowly began to realize just how massive it really was. After maybe another hour of walking, it blotted out the entirety of the sky in front of us. Lilith paused at an even more ancient stone bridge, silent, listening for something. Even without speaking, I could tell what was on her mind, as it was on my mind too. Where are all the monsters? I hadn't been in the other world anywhere near as long as her, but I knew that the Farallane itself should have been seething with old things and their minions, just waiting for their chance to get through. It made me feel uneasy, as though answering our silent question, a bellowing roar rose over the black forest we'd left behind. Even at that distance, the sheer force of it punched me in the lungs and made me skip a breath. On its own turf, the power of the horrific thing that made that sound was palpable. Eons of rage and hate and madness screeching out over the land like a physical thing. Lilith and I shared a look of tense anxiety, and all three of us turned to see an immense black shadow lifting over the trees, crackling with bolts of vivid, violet energy. Myranoxis, the wicked scout, the guardian of the gate. Lilith breathed out the words so faintly I could barely hear her, but my whole body seemed to know exactly what to do before it even crossed her lips. Run. The cavern at the base of the mountain swallowed us just as Myranoxis began to stalk over the grasslands, his shadow hunters swirling around him in an eerie vortex. His manic laughter crackled over the valley as Lilith hung shards at the mouth of the vast cave in a desperate attempt to keep the twisted hunters at bay. Do not concern yourself with the Myranoxis for now. We must begin the ritual. She pulled off her pack and began emptying its contents on the dusty ground, motioning for us to hurry and dig out the supplies she had given us to carry. Then, she scurried back towards the rear of the cavern, swallowed by darkness until she sparked a cigarette lighter and set a flickering light to the scene. I watched the orange glow slowly push back the darkness and gasped at what it revealed. We were in a much larger space than I had thought. The rocky walls of the cavern stretched 4 or 5 stories over our heads, and the body of the room they created must have been several hundred meters from wall to wall. Lilith had set her fire at the feet of a huge statue, many of its features seemingly worn or chipped away, either by the passage of unimaginable time or a deliberate act. It stood almost as tall as the roof, although nothing about the form made any sense. There weren't enough limbs in some places, and extra limbs in others, and more heads than my mind thought appropriate. But I couldn't fix on a single form. I felt like my brain didn't want me to see it. Not really. The fire spread through channels on the surface of the statue and almost brought it to life in an eerie way. Lilith looked up at me, the firelight giving her milky eyes an unsettling orange glow. This is the Hall of Astor City. It is the first of the old things, even older than the kings. Some say Astor City is even older than this world, a relic of another place and time. In the beginning, many of the old things worshipped it, even though the kings eventually drove it out of this plane. When they created this world, some of the creatures still worshipped. They created this hall, a place where some of the essence of Astor City could be invoked. Its essence will disrupt the energies that allow the Pharaoh lane to open properly long enough to keep it from doing so. A crash came from the mouth of the cavern, followed by a familiar booming voice. A voice that sounded like black tar and coal, like splintering graphite. An oozing, sinister laugh filled the cavern.
Ants by a river. Always wondering, what is this vast violet expanse that snatches our brothers away, never to be seen again? Always wondering, and fated to never understand, to never comprehend the enormity of the things before them.
The shards, called Lilith. The hunters cannot harm me now the statue has been lit, but they can harm you. The shards will hold them at bay, but not for long. The space is too great. Put the shards around your necks and the hunters cannot touch you.
Oh, little ants, still fighting the river, even as it floods.
I snatched the shards, and I did as Lilith instructed, allowing the swirling shadows to enter the cavern like black lightning. They snapped into focus as they had in the forest before. Men made of pure darkness, brandishing ancient weapons with an eager malice. Somewhere behind us, I could hear Lilith chanting something, guttural and jarring. In front of us, the shadow hunters stood, coiled like snakes. They slowly edged towards us, livid but unsure, repelled by the objects around our necks. Despite their reluctance, Myranoxis laughed again, his voice emanating from each of the hunters before us in a sick chorus.
Poor little ants, wearing pieces of something far beyond them to repel my hunters. But you have misunderstood the situation. My hunters alone may not have the strength to overcome the atrocity you have done. But my hunters are a piece of me, little ants. And I have no such weakness.
Moving as one, the hunters seemed to break free of the trance as Myranoxis himself flowed into them. Nate and I had the barest moment to share a horrified glance before they howled in a single, many-voiced war cry and charged straight at us. The feeling of the shadow hunters flowing over me is still indescribable. They didn't attack us as much as engulf us, seeping into every pore with a sensation of searing cold that choked the air from my lungs. I couldn't even scream, and how I wished I could. Reality collapsed around me, both my own and the horrific unreality of the world beyond the door. And all I felt was hatred. Pure, ringing, inhuman hatred, like I could never have felt on my own. It twisted in my gut and filled my heart with rage. An unbearable rage at the fact that I existed at all. With some detached piece of my mind, I realized where it all came from. What I felt was Myranoxis invading my mind and soul, taking me for himself, turning me into one of his instruments, as he had been doing to sacrificial victims for thousands of years. Despite the unbearable agony and the torturous perversion of my sense of self, all I wanted to do was cry. I felt myself slipping away without any fear, but overwhelmed by sorrow at what would become of me when Myranoxis had finished erasing the person I had been. And then, with a final flash of existential dread, everything blinked out. Consciousness came back slowly, and then, as memory returned, in one panicked flash, I remembered the darkness that had invaded me. I jolted upright, wild, frantically scrambling backwards to get away from the living shadows that I thought had smothered me out of existence. But all I found was cold rock. Nevertheless, I became aware of a presence. An energy filled the room around me, thrumming and pulsating in the darkness, as though the air itself was alive. A strange sensation filled my head, the sense that I need not be afraid, calming me without words. I wondered if I had died and found myself in an afterlife of sorts, and the energy around me seemed amused. I took that to mean I wasn't dead, at least not yet anyway. Over an interminable amount of time, that may have been minutes or may have been days, I began to gain some understanding of the way the energy that surrounded me in the darkness communicated. And then, as though a light switch had been flicked, I understood it perfectly.
Good little one. I did not know whether your mind would be able to perceive me as I am.
It echoed through my mind like a whisper, conveying its meaning perfectly.
Your companion has invoked the power of Astor City. The dark instrument of the usurpers cannot harm you now.
Questions entered my mind, unbidden.
No, strange one. Astor City has long since left this world, and any others. I am merely a shade, a portion of its energy, imbued into the idol. I cannot answer your questions, nor could you even understand if I were able to. I am simply what has been left behind to keep the idol safe from the wretched things that have taken over this world in the absence of the creators.
But then, if this entity wasn't Astor City, why had it chosen to speak to me at all?
Astor City was a curious being, vastly powerful, hungry for knowledge. I suppose that, as my creator, it must have imprinted some of that upon me. You are a curiosity, something I have never encountered. Lighting the idol for the first time in uncountable generations. I simply sought to understand the creatures that had awoken me before I returned to slumber. A strange creature you are. No match for the scrabbling vermin that have filled the void in this world. And yet, determined to fight them all the same. The creators would have admired your courage, if nothing else.
With that, the energy seemed to shift, chilling the dark space even further.
The dark things draw near, little creature. It is time for you to go.
Suddenly, I woke up, for real this time. Nate was by my side, sobbing and whispering something. "Please, Chris, please." I stirred, and he breathed an exacerbated sigh of relief. "Oh my God, Chris, I thought you were gone." He practically threw himself at me, pulling me into a bro hug so tight I found it hard to breathe, and eventually had to squirm free. "I'm okay, mate," I said. "Everything's okay." I then looked over at Lilith. She was chanting something in a harsh language that hurt my ears and gave me an uncomfortable feeling in my gut. Nate gathered himself somewhat, wiping his eyes and gesturing towards her. She's been at that for ages. Every now and again the statue flashes, like it's responding to her somehow. My voice didn't really want to work, but I managed to rasp out my other question. Myranoxis? Lilith did something, I think. Him and his monsters just kind of blew away like smoke. I was just about gone though. I thought you were. I felt like now was not the best time to tell him that I did too. I still wonder if maybe I was, for a time. Whatever might have happened, Myranoxis couldn't get to us anymore. While Lilith chanted away at the mind-bending idol of Astor City, I took some time to gather my thoughts. Sometime later, Lilith stopped chanting. The idol now stood fully lit, glowing with both fire and some internal light. Its form still inconceivable to my eyes. Lilith slumped to her knees with exhaustion and motioned us closer. The first half of the ritual is complete, but we have very little time. I sense the kings themselves are moving to stop us, and if we are still beyond the Pharaoh lane when they come, we will wish for the comforts of your Christian hell. It is time to move. The ritual must be completed on the bridge between worlds, in the center of the gate. Nate and I helped her to her feet, and together we supported her out of the cave and into the awful light of the world outside. I expected to find the path in the field of razor-sharp grass beyond the Red River, crawling with the old things in their vessels. But to my surprise, we were undisturbed as we retraced our steps. My skin burned with 1,000 paper cuts, and the feeling of the oily, hate-filled blackness that was Myranoxis still lingered on me, physically and psychologically. I think I'd mostly checked out, if I'm honest. Shut down and accepted that I wouldn't escape a second time. That the old things and the creatures of their world would make sure I never left. I expected death, and my mind had already started to close off in preparation. In real life, plucky humans don't heroically defeat evil forces beyond their understanding. They heroically die, and the darkness they gave their lives to defeat barely flinches. Knowing that, I almost felt a strange kind of relief as we plunged back into the edges of that blood-soaked forest, and the shadows boiled to life around us. Hundreds of twisted creatures launching themselves from their lair in the darkness in an effort to stop us. Things that had watched curiously as we passed previously now roared into life. Bigger versions of the bird-like creatures that sat in the high branches, and strange, chitinous things with too many limbs that screeched and clicked as they darted out from under the tree roots and inside hollows. There were four-legged, snarling things caught partway in decay, their fur tufted and patchy, flesh drooping off their faces to exposed tooth and jaw. I watched all this in a disconnected daze. This was it, I thought. This is where I die. "Run!" screamed Lilith, carving a trail through the carpet of many-legged crawlers as she bolted down the ancient forest path towards the point where their world met ours. With some shock, I realized my body obeyed her while my mind watched on from somewhere else. I saw myself run, Nate pushing me in front of himself. I saw the horrid creatures surging after us like a wave, living and deadly. I saw the beast that loomed over them all, massive, dark, its beastly laughter echoing among the sticky trees. And I remembered it from my very first hours in this awful place all those years ago. The shadow hound, Entes, had let me slip away once. I doubted it would let it happen again. As though I was watching a dream, I saw the sea of creatures part as the monstrous form of Entes stalked us, calm and deliberate. I felt the thrill it felt as it loosed a guttural howl and set itself on our trail. I watched from somewhere else as I turned back to see it, eyes wide and face white. I watched myself stumble and crash to the ground, the flash of pain as my ankle broke, no more than a distant inconvenience. I watched Nate skid to a stop at my side, reaching down to try and help me up, ignorant to the horror that would fall on us at any moment. He screamed to Lilith, and the sheer desperation in his voice snapped me back into my body. Full and total awareness rushed back to me. The pain in my ankle forcing the air from my lungs with a sharp sob. I could see that I wouldn't be going anywhere fast, my foot limp and useless. I looked back past Nate toward Entes, who had stopped, eyeing us almost leisurely with the triumphant look of a victorious predator. I wish I'd stayed away, wherever my mind had been, because I knew what would have to happen now. I would tell Nate to run, to leave me behind, and he would, or he wouldn't. But either way, the pain in my ankle would be nothing compared to what I would feel for those last moments as Entes ripped me apart. I hoped he would run, but from the way he tried to pick me up and drag me clumsily down the path, I thought we would probably both die right there. Behind us, Entes shifted, ready to pounce. I felt surprisingly calm. I dreaded the pain, of course, but I knew that would end. Just as I tried to struggle free from Nate's grip and tell him to leave me behind, I saw a dark figure slip back past us. Lilith. She placed herself between Entes and the two of us, and I realized that we must have passed into the blurred zone between the two worlds during our fight. Above me, the branches were heavy with the bald crows that seemed to mark the place where worlds mixed. The trees no longer wept their heavy red tears, and the ground below us was free of the masses of crawling things that were otherwise everywhere. Lilith turned to us as Entes chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that filled the forest. I noticed for the first time that she had stripped naked, her skin dyed with her own blood, manipulated into odd patterns and sigils. I'd been so checked out, I'm not sure when she did that. I suppose back at the cave. I wanted to scream at her. She had to finish the ritual, not die with us. I didn't understand why she would risk failing. Instead of fleeing to finish what we came to do, she now stood within reach of the shadow hound, without any hope to escape. Within seconds, he would pounce. I am sorry, child. I could not tell you what the ritual entailed. Her smile was sad, but satisfied. Just know that it is done for you and for your world. And know that I no longer belong here with you. This is what must be done, and I am happy to be the one to do it. With that, and before I could process her words or respond in any way, she drew her hand to her throat. Too late, I realized that she held a piece of obsidian in her hand, razor sharp and black. A line of blood appeared across her throat just as Entace launched, turning into a dark red torrent as the wound opened. Her eyes glowed with the same light the idol in the cave had. Then, her body folded into the ground. Entace missed a clean strike as a result, but his jaws still closed over her upper half. I screamed, an outpouring of shock and grief that surprised me with its force. Then, there came a loud sound, like metal on stone, persistent and painful to the ear. I watched Entace tear Lilith in half at the waist and fix his eyes on me. But before he had a chance to strike, the entire world went mad. I felt like I had been thrown into a broken DVD. The world around me seemed to flash in and out of existence, skipping and chopping and twisting in ways I still don't understand, like the skipping of corrupted scenes in a movie. The metallic grating sound reached a shrieking crescendo. Entace himself distorted, as though viewed through a novelty lens, and then, suddenly, it all just stopped. Utter silence fell. All around us, there was nothing but the forest, the familiar bush that smelled and tasted like home. All of the hideous creatures had vanished. The door had been closed. Five weeks later, I sat on my back patio with Nate, looking out over the dark garden and the Brindabella Mountains beyond. The hike out of the walls of Jericho had been agony. Days and nights spent slogging through the thick wilderness with a poorly splintered leg. As soon as we reached the lake and the gear we had stashed, Nate radioed for help. We were still so remote that we waited another night for an emergency helicopter. We didn't speak until we made it back to Hobart. I needed surgery to repair the broken ankle. Otherwise, I would have flown out of Tasmania that very day. I had yet to go back to work. Apart from the moon boot, my therapist had also given me indefinite leave to deal with the memories that had surfaced. Although, I quite obviously didn't tell her anything close to the full story. I still had nightmares. I mourned the woman who had saved me twice, and I still felt unbelievably frail. But Nate sticking around helped. If anything, he was more affected than me, more shell-shocked by what we had been through. But I think that we helped each other stay sane. I was starting out on the road to recovery, even if I knew that process might ultimately take years or decades. there were still so many things I didn't understand. About Lilith, about the Farrelane and the world beyond. About whatever Lilith had done to close the door. I wish I knew more. But from the moment we met Lilith, Nate and I were no more than companions to her as she fulfilled her own story. She held so much more back than she ever told us. I had followed my own story to her, and she had taken over, finishing the journey I had started. Except, even that is not at all true. Back at the beginning of this whole insane mess, I told you that I should never have started down this path, and that I was sorry. It had nothing to do with the toll it took on me. That night, sitting on the patio, the moon suddenly became much brighter, as though a cloud had cleared. It looked way too big in the sky. A chill ran through me. In the garden, a shadow seemed to form, whirling and coalescing into something solid. Something that filled me with incomprehensible dread. Something huge and black, with 4 horns. The air began to buzz around us. I turned to Nate, but found that he had vanished. Then, the voice of Tjanalla filled my head. The messenger of the 4 kings.
How easily the lesser creatures are manipulated.
It turned to face me, frozen in the deck chair, and it seemed to shake its head. I felt a wave of pity wash over me. The kind of pity you might feel for a mouse flattened in a trap.
Your kind are weak, infirm of spirit, and unwise of mind. The old things know this well. They know that in order to shape this world once more, the door must be opened in a more agreeable place. A place of greater power than the previous pathway. A place where we can touch more of your kind. The weaker places must be closed, so that more energy can be poured into the correct breach. In this way, the old things can more readily shape this world in their image.
What did that mean? It hit me in an instant, sucking the wind out of my lungs. The weaker places must be closed. Lilith had said the Farrelane wasn't exactly one spot, nor was it many. Rather, the entire Earth acted as part of the door. The flow of energies against each other created weaker and stronger places in the barriers. We hadn't closed the door at all. We had just patched the greatest weakness. And much like patching one leak out of many, that would change the pressure on others. Without that weak spot, the energies would be redirected, creating new weaknesses. Instead of opening in the middle of the wilderness, the door might now open elsewhere, closer to where the old things wanted it to open. Maybe in one place, maybe in many, as the world beyond poured through smaller breaches instead of one weak place. The messenger had come to taunt me. As though sensing my epiphany, the things standing in my garden started to laugh. A gentle laugh, but one dripping with a cold, compassionless apathy. In some ways, that felt worse than evil. The messenger had the same feelings towards humanity as I might a fly. Tjanalla faded, and the world around me returned to normal. But at the same time, so too did one final memory. The memory of the words of an ancient god, planted in my head as a child in the garden.
Do not fret, little one. We have great plans for you. I am Balajor, third of the kings. We are awake. We are ready. All we must do now is ensure the door opens in the appropriate place. The world we once ruled will be ours again, however briefly. And you, my tiny little one, will be the key that opens that door and brings us home.
We had failed. No, worse than that. I was always fated to fail. Everything I went through, everything that happened, had been plotted out by ancient beings far more powerful than any of us. I escaped because they needed me to escape. I forgot because they made me forget. And I remembered because the time had come for me to remember. The kings made a pawn out of me, and I blindly did everything they needed me to do. We don't know where the focal point is now. It could be anywhere in the world. Wherever it is, the horrors that wait beyond it are pleased. The Farallane will open. The peak Lilith spoke about may happen tomorrow, or not for years, but it will happen. The old things will come. And I'm sorry.